time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. You're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing out. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one. Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight. Gonna sleep just fine tonight. Tonight. Storm has passed. The time is now.
Hi. How's everybody doing? Niagara Falls behind me in Virtu Weather. Lots of comments. Supposedly, I think my son was on my Facebook or my YouTube account again commenting. So probably my son. Just going through the comments here. Guy says, curious on Adam's thoughts and the team about Outbreak. Yeah, Outbreak's amazing. That's from our friends at Quebec Vortex. They created a really cool storm chasing simulation video game, which is awesome, called Outbreak. OUTBRK. I think it's $45 or something like that. I've been having a lot of fun playing it. It's pretty cool. Outbreak is good. Yeah, you can actually play online with people and stuff. It's kind of fun. Yeah, so you can see behind me. Let's see here. Let's jump into Virtu Weather first, because it's pretty cool that we have Niagara Falls. We got to make the water actually move, but it's kind of cool to see the storms that are south of Niagara Falls right now. We are watching over Lake Erie. The strongest one may just miss to the south, but it may affect Fort Erie. We'll see. We'll have to see how that does develop, but fun to be able to fly through Niagara Falls here and see actual storms in real time. So if you like that idea, head over to virtuweather.com and sign up, and we'll let you know when the beta test is coming, which is actually pretty darn soon. So yeah, that is exciting stuff. So let me just jump back here and bring up excuse me. Let's bring up Instant Weather Pro, because we've got a cool new feature on Instant Weather Pro. It's the thing we've been referring to for so long when we talk about machine learning. And we're talking about the different percentages. But now we have, as you can see, we've decided to call it Instant Weather Storm Risk. So right here, really straightforward. You have the total severe risk. We have the tornado risk here, which is at 46%. That is not small. That is ridiculously high. Oh my goodness. My goodness. 46% chance of a tornado on this particular storm. Makes sense. It looks like a pretty dangerous storm in a dangerous environment. So we'll see how this does develop. Let me know in the comments what you've experienced so far today. It's been interesting. Oh, Angelica said there's also a tornado research and rescue on Steam. It looks really good. Oh, cool. I think Outbreak by far, they've worked on it for like 4 years. I think it's by far the quintessential storm chasing game. Virtu Weather will be a storm chasing game as well too, which is cool. The difference is Virtu Weather, we'll actually be able to chase storms in real time, actual storms while they're happening in real time. When a tornado warning comes out and it says confirmed tornado on the ground, the storm itself will spawn a tornado. So that part's going to be pretty cool. Lou X says, how do I sign up? Sorry, go to virtuweather.com and just and throw in your email address there, and we'll let you know when we launch the beta test. Where is my little... I had a little virtuweather.com thing here. There we go. Yeah, virtuweather.com. Head over there, sign up with your email, and when we do launch Virtu Weather, we will let you know. Yeah, initially the beta test is going to be pretty interesting. It's everything you've seen me fly around and look at storms as well, but we're going to be adding a lot more cool features to it. We want to do... we've talked about it'd be really cool to do like jetpacks. We're actually thinking of some interesting ideas for I don't know, like a standalone game where it's like you've been recruited into this team that has jetpacks that goes and flies and chases storms. So it should be pretty cool. So we're implementing that pretty soon. It's been a bit tricky to get the roads smooth across North America. That's a tricky problem. And maybe jetpacks will solve that, because then you won't even have to go on the road. You can just go fly in the air. So that'll be pretty cool. So yeah, we're working on that. Yeah, but I'm super excited about the storm risk being in Instant Weather Pro now. I have to hit refresh every time to get the new frame. It'll be updating soon automatically. So the storm that's all the way up into Welland right now, it's 4% tornado risk, 10% severe risk. You'll notice that this 0.01% severe hail risk. That pretty much means zero, but we're just covering our butts just in case, because machine learning AI, it's not perfect, right? So it does make mistakes at times. We'll have to we're probably going to add a disclaimer at the bottom here that says this is not perfect. It does not work for non-supercellular tornadoes, blah, 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 blah. You know, there's a lot of factors to it here, but But
There's
yes,
a confirmed tornado on that storm.
on the bad boy here, this one has a confirmed tornado.
Yes.
That makes sense. 35%. I can hear me mumbling in your audio, Brennan, for some reason. I think you could solve that if you go to settings and audio and echo cancellation. I think that
Yeah.
would solve it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you still hear it?
Yeah, but now you're 1,000 times louder. I don't know what you did, but all of a sudden you were just destroyed my eardrums there, and probably everybody on the stream. Everybody,
Hey, how's
maybe
that?
that's so much better. That was more close to what you originally did. So let's see.
I had it cranked up before because there was issues with my audio a while back,
Okay.
but it
All
seems
right.
to be working now properly.
Yeah, Smith says it's still not isn't released to us yet. They're still testing it. Yeah, it's gonna it's done. So it will. Hold on, what are they referring to? Is the beta test free? Oh, how do you get instant weather storm risk? Yeah, so it's not available yet, but it'll be available I don't know, tomorrow or the next day. I mean, it's done. So we just have to get it so it auto updates, and there's a few other little tweaks we want to make. So it'll be in the next 2-3 days. We'll have everybody who has Instant Weather Pro will have the storm risk ability. That will be coming soon. But yeah, confirmed tornado on that one, eh? Okay. So confirmed tornado on this storm right here. Now, it seems to be tracking to the northeast. It seems like it wants to... Why do I have 50 frames highlighted? That's a lot of frames. It seems like it wants to head to the northeast and potentially miss Fort Erie. That would be good for the folks in Fort Erie, but it looks like it's heading right
storm
towards...
that models were showing, and it looks
Yeah.
like it's further south.
Yeah.
I think it was the NAM that was showing it further south, so it seems to be the NAM that was winning over.
Interesting. It's
The
probably
HER
going to
had
go
it further north.
right through Buffalo, basically, or just southeast of Buffalo. We'll see. Again, preferably it doesn't affect Ontario, but it should be most likely affecting our folks to the south and southeast. And that sucks for those who are down in that particular area. Where is this exactly? In Silver Creek. I guess it's close to Highway 90, tracking to the northeast here. So I'm going to change my frames. I've got it at 50 for some reason. I'm going to bring that back to, let's go with 12 or something. 12 is a better number. So, again, I have to refresh this every time. Thankfully, it's a website, so you just hit the refresh button. It's good. Let's see what it's at now. 34% tornado risk, 59% severe wind risk, and as Brendan said, it looks like there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with that one right here, south of Angola. And now, would that be Angola, New York? Yeah, it would. You can see the state lines here. So this is in New York State, tracking to the northeast. And, oh, yeah, look at the, holy moly, look at the rotation on that thing is super strong. Super strong on one side and super weak on the other side is an indication of strong rotation there. There is an area of rotation to the north of it right here on this particular cell. It's gonna be a close call for those in Fort Erie. It was kind of basically we were watching this Niagara region for the last few days, really, really highlighting that region regarding tornado risk here. So let me jump over to KTYX and see. I know we had some interesting storms go by Kingston, but I don't think they were too strong. But yeah, 1% tornado risk on that one that went by Kingston, 9% severe wind risk. And that looked interesting as well, too. And let's see which way it's going. It's just clipping the very, very edge of eastern Ontario. The main risk is probably further south. So maybe it'll head up towards Cornwall-ish. We'll see. We'll see what it's doing. But right now, it's heading to the northeast. But I think the best environment for sure, as you can see, if you click on all of these polygons of the different storms here, they're all at 0.01%. So everything north of the international border is super weak, and everything south of the international border is quite strong, especially the storm over here as well, too. And mostly in New York State there. So it looks like mainly a New York State issue for the most part, but we are closely watching these particular storms here as they, of course, we're under a tornado watch in the Niagara regions and tornado watch along the eastern Lake Erie shoreline. So we're watching those closely. I just noticed a whole bunch of signups to Virtu Weather. So thanks so much for signing up, everybody. Appreciate it. And can't wait to show you more of that. We can go take a look at this storm. You said it is confirmed tornado, Brendan, on that one? Yeah. Where'd you see that on
Yeah,
Twitter,
correct.
or is it an NPing
It's
report?
in the warning details.
Ah, okay. So they actually mentioned it is confirmed. All right. Let's see here. I can still hear me mumbling in the
Yeah,
back
they
of your
said
audio.
water spotters confirmed tornado.
Are you listening on your speakers or something?
No, I'm listening in my AirPods.
Oh, that's weird. Maybe the microphone is just so close to the.
Maybe.
Yeah. And you did click echo cancellation? Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Strange. Anyways,
Weird.
these things happen. It's all good. Do you mind? Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so, yeah, lots of rain. I saw somebody this morning on a comment say their rain gauge in Chatham had 1.5 inches of rain, and it was like 10 in the morning or even earlier. So we'll see what happens here. There might be some more development, but potentially this is it. We'll see if more storms pop up and head up this way. I just checked the latest HER, and it basically says this is the storm. So that might be it. That might be the show. We'll see. So this might be the storm that there is still the one that is all the way up to St. Catharines right now and through Welland and Port Colborne, but it's not looking too strong at this point in time. There is a 4% tornado risk on it. Oh yeah, this updates every few minutes. So let me just refresh. There we go. Get the latest polygon. So that one is 5% tornado risk now on that particular cell. Probably more so what it's catching at the very southern tip of that polygon. That's something you have to consider. Is sometimes the polygons get merged and they go all the way up to a higher point in the storm, but actually it's only really certain parts of the storm that have that higher risk. We're gonna develop that further, where we highlight the actual area of strong rotation, maybe with an extra polygon or something to that extent. There's a whole bunch we're going to be doing, but yeah, this is confirmed tornado on the ground, and obviously, I mean, you can see here if you're in North Collins, New York, Brant, New York area, Eden, Hamburg. If you're in Boston, New York, okay, East Aurora, and then all the way up to areas southeast of Buffalo. This is looking super nasty. 44% tornado risk on that storm, and confirmed tornado. That's also something I'd like to do. Maybe is take in the tornado warning details, and when we know it's a confirmed tornado, then we can just bump that percentage up to 100. I might want to leave it though, because it also kind of doesn't really get to 100 ever. It only gets to maybe 70 at the highest, and usually only for the most violent tornadoes. So maybe want to leave it, but I mean, it kind of makes more sense to go to 100 if there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. I mean, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Or maybe we don't. Well, maybe we don't mess with it. Maybe we leave it as is. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. So, just looking through the comments. Seth says it sounds like another mic might be picking up the audio instead of the one he wants. That might be why it sounds like it's underwater. Yeah, Brendan, I wonder if you maybe have two microphones going. I just checked my other. I have two microphones going. No, you're good. Okay.
I'm using just AirPods.
You're really.
But I switched
really
AirPods. Is that better?
You're really loud again. Yeah, it's better. Just so much louder. Yeah, I don't know why. It's all good. Maybe I have my audio cranked too high. I'm not sure.
How's that?
That sounds better to me. Way better. Yeah. I don't hear me. Wait, maybe I do. Unmute again.
Try it again.
Check. Hello. Yeah, it's perfect. I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Cool. Evelyn says tornado watch Petrolia? No. The only tornado watch is going to be along the Lake Erie shoreline and in the Niagara region. There is seems to be, if I bring up the watches here, I'm not sure why, but the watches, the tornado watch that's in Niagara, we sent it out on social media. We texted it out and we sent notifications out for it. But for some reason, it's not showing up here on
The severe watch doesn't show up either.
Oh, the severe watch doesn't show up either? Okay, I'll add that to the... Yeah, it's strange. It's just a polygon issue for some reason. We're not getting on Instant Weather Pro, so we have to fix that. But these things definitely happen. But yeah, I think we've sent it out. Oh, look at this now. This is probably even higher percentage. 48% tornado risk on this. I mean, again, it's confirmed tornado on the ground, but you can tell it's very, very high percentage wise. And of course, there is a tornado warning on that particular storm right now. Let me go click the very edge of this polygon, and I'll be able to get it. There we go. Oh, that's tornado watch. Oh, because the tornado watch covers it all. So we have to also work on that too within some other pros, where you click on it and you get all the details. So you'll see all of the alerts of the area you clicked on. You'll have them all easy to go through. So that's another thing. But I wanted to get storm watch out first before we did that. Did I say storm risk before we did that? So you can actually see the machine learning risk percentages, because that's pretty useful, I think. Evelyn says, just got another tornado risk warning for Wyoming, Ontario. I'm thinking you're talking about a tornado watch, and you're probably only getting it because you're close-ish to Lake Erie.
I sent out the live stream.
Oh,
that's probably
the
what they're
live
talking
stream
about.
Notification. Oh, I see.
And I did it from like deep southwestern Ontario through to like Hamilton, because there was like that area of like tornado risk maybe.
Yeah. Admom Brain says, no tornado watch for St. Catharines. Yeah, it's actually a severe thunderstorm watch, but they mention a tornado risk in the severe thunderstorm watch. But the main area that they're really focused on right here is going to be basically Port Colborne to Fort Erie and Niagara Falls. Like basically right here. This is the main area, and this is the storm. So if this storm passes and we don't have any tornado activity, then that would be it. Look, this is pretty close, though. I mean, I don't know if we can get any closer for a confirmed tornado on the ground. This storm could have showed up over here and then gone right through the Niagara region. It could have showed up to the southeast, and it showed up somewhere in the middle here. So if you were in Eden, North Collins, Eden, New York, Hamburg, Boston, New York, East Aurora, New York, this is a dangerous storm, confirmed tornado on the ground, and very, very strong signature here. Let's see what it looks like from Buffalo. Yeah, big hook echo on this storm. Confirmed tornado on the ground. So, yeah, that is definitely a dangerous storm there. Aureen says, hello, Adam. I sent you a message last night and haven't heard back from you. Can you explain why radar has, I think you meant spikes? It's radio frequency interference, and they're going to be getting rid of it too. They're actually adding hardware to mitigate it. It's when you have radio frequencies that are close to the radar frequency that scans, then you get these spikes that come out of the center of the radar. They already fixed it on King City. King City's totally fixed, which is great. Edgerton says, thank you for covering this. Max Velocity and Ryan Hall aren't covering upstate New York right now. Oh, yeah, I mean, there's also... So there's Max Velocity, there's Ryan, and then there's also Evan Freiberger. I wonder if Evan Freiberger, check on Evan. He's usually covering everything, so I wonder if he's covering that right now. Sorry for Aureen. I don't know if that's how I spell. Where did you message me? Did you message one of the pages, maybe? I don't know. We get so many messages sometimes. It's quite difficult to get to all of them. Let's see here. Liv says Brandon Kopik is live chasing in New York State. Chris says, I'm learning Instant Weather Pro by following along with your screen. Are you using reflectivity and velocity on your split screen? Yeah, I'm using velocity on the right and reflectivity on the left. And I'm just swiping back and forth between the two so I can see exactly where the velocity coincides with the reflectivity. Yeah, and I can go back and show you my settings if you like. 1 second here. This should be full screen. There we go. Okay, so my settings are layer opacity 1, live mode on. Sometimes if you don't see this live, if you don't see this banner that says live at the top left, what you might want to do is turn live mode off, hit refresh, and then turn live mode on, and then it should come back. I'm using velocity color 2, radar placement accuracy at 11, little bit of a spinal tap nod there. Labels and boundaries on. Time display 12. Right now I have Canadian noise reduction off. And eventually, once they add that radio frequency reduction hardware to all the different radars, I'll probably leave that off. There's only certain times I'd want to turn it on. Gets rid of some of the ground clutter as well. Mesh data, you don't have that option. I have off. And lightning data on. Mosaic radar layer is brand new as well too. That's on. And you only see that mosaic radar layer if you turn off all of the radars. So if you turn off all the radars, then you can see the mosaic, and that goes out pretty far, like really far, like globally. Yeah. So if you want to see that mosaic, you can do that, or you can just click on an individual radar. And then where was I here? You're going to have this soon, which is instant weather storm risk. You'll have that soon. And then, of course, with alerts, instant updates, warnings, statements, and advisories. I normally have these all on. Right now, I just have the watches and the U.S. alerts on. And the reason being is because warning gives you all the warnings. So it's going to give you the flood warning across the whole region. If I turn warnings on, as you can see, it's a little bit messy. We're going to turn that into one single polygon. So in the States, we already have that working where you see the tornado watch is one giant single polygon of the tornado watch all the way through the US. But right now we still have the Canadian alerts being every single sub region, but we're going to fix that really soon. So that'll be a lot less annoying once we fix it. But that's why currently I have the warnings turned off and just the watches on. But yeah, so confirmed tornado on the ground with this particular storm. Let's just turn that back on here. There we go. Yeah, I mean, look at the hook I go on this
Adam,
thing.
can you do the zoom thing properly?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I always forget to do that. Perfect. There we go. Yeah, that's much better. Especially when I'm only in a section of the window here. It makes it better if I do the zoom in. So, Local Hound says Niagara is in that tornado watch area. Yeah, Niagara is in the tornado watch. Again, there was a slight issue with one of the tornado watch polygons. There actually is a tornado watch that covers not to St. Catharines, but right up here to Niagara Falls. So there actually is a tornado watch here, but that polygon is not showing up on Instant Weather Pro for some reason. So I've sent an email to our dev team. They'll figure that one out. It's probably just a parsing issue, and then it will show up. But yeah, this area is also under tornado watch right here. Basically mainly for the Fort Erie area. We're just really concerned about areas close to the Lake Erie shoreline. And of course, Lake Erie itself. You can see there's a tornado watch here, and we actually mark that it's on water. By the way, if you for those who are doing the swiping back and forth on Instant Weather Pro, if you notice sometimes it seems like everything is highlighted. It's really annoying. Just click the very top of the screen; it'll go away. So all of a sudden, if things are highlighted and it's hard to move stuff around, just click the Instant Weather icon at the top of the screen, and that'll solve it. So that's just a little workaround trick for now. We're going to solve that issue. But yeah, we're in uncharted territory trying to do. Oh my goodness, look at the hook on this storm. Uncharted territory trying to do a super high-end pro radar suite inside of a website, which has never been done before. Everything else is an executable file you have to download and update, and we're doing it all inside of a website. So it's the first high-end pro radar suite ever that is a website, which is cool though, because then you can have like multiple tabs. So you can have a few different radars open at the same time. Sometimes that can exhaust your browser memory, but we'll work on stuff. We're going to fix all of that. So, yes. Hi, Alana.
Where we have areas where there's overlapping polygons.
Yes.
Are we going to have an option to cycle through those? Because if you click one area, it's like, well, I don't want that warning. I want the other warning.
Yeah. So it's going to, we have two separate APIs for it. So we don't have to use, right now, we wouldn't even have to use the Polygon API. We can use a separate API that says, what is the lat long point that you clicked? And then we can bring up all of the details for that. It's the same API that is in the Instant Weather app. So at the alert bar at the top of the Instant Weather app, you know, when you click it, you can see the different watches, you can see the different warnings, you can see the fact that we have like a forecast that we're live streaming, and it's all those different boxes. We're going to actually probably rip off that UI and bring it in Instant Weather Pro. So when you click it, you'll see a pop-up and you'll see a bunch of little boxes at the top where you can cycle through all of the different alerts. And also too, we'll add the storm risk to that. I think one of those boxes will just say storm risk. And yeah, and then so you'll be able to go through all the alerts, all the details, and see the storm risk. I keep wanting to say storm watch. storm risk details. Yeah, and the storm risk will automatically update. Right now I have to hit the refresh button to make it update, but that's because it's so brand new. So we still have to add that. What is it at now? 59% tornado risk on this storm. Oh my goodness. I mean, and again, it's a confirmed tornado on the ground. So we can see that strong velocity signature. We can see the big hook echo. Obviously, those who are in Ontario right now are grateful that this storm is not affecting Ontario, but it is affecting our friends just to the south. So right now it looks like it's in Eden, New York, tracking northeast towards Hamburg, towards East Aurora. And this is all areas just south of Buffalo. So that is under tornado warning right now. And as you can see, see it's doing the highlighting thing. So just click the very top of the screen. Click the instant weather banner at the top. Here, I'll show you how to do that. And Brennan will remind me to change my screen. So when that is all highlighted, because this is a website, because you can literally highlight stuff. So when that's all highlighted, just click the top of the screen right here and it'll go away. So that makes life easier. But let me drop back to that before Brendan yells at me. There we go. Okay, so, and the storm to the south here as well, 7% tornado risk. Let's take a look at some of these other storms. The one over St. Catharines right now is, or just east of St. Catharines, 3% tornado risk, 20% severe wind risk on this storm. I don't think there's any severe thunderstorm warnings on it right now. That's probably because velocity looks pretty weak. This is also a predictive tool. So this isn't necessarily just telling you what is happening now. It's not saying that right now there's severe wind. It's saying that this storm, based on its lightning data, based on its rotation values, based on its storm structure, based on a whole bunch of different factors, it's saying that this storm has, in the future, from now until the future, a 3% chance of a tornado risk. And that risk will go up and down depending on a whole bunch of different factors. So, yeah, so it's saying 20% severe wind risk on that one right there. And again, you can see the 0.01 severe hail risk, which basically means there's no severe hail risk. It does spit out a 0%, but I asked our dev team to put in 0.01 just in case. So, but basically that means 0, but it's like that just in case the machine learning misses something, we can say 0.01%. You know, it's just to cover our butts. So, yeah, so that is that storm right there could continue to have a wind risk as it tracks to the northeast, so we'll see. Let's jump back to Virtu Weather for a second, and let's see here. Oh, Broader says, Adam, London has Rock the Park tonight. Yeah, I think Nickelback's playing tonight. What are the chances of heavy rain after 5 p.m.? App shows from 50% to 80%. The chances are pretty good that you're gonna be quite wet, so bring your rain gear for sure if you're going to that concert tonight. I would definitely bring some rain gear on that trip. Let's see here. Let's jump back over to Virtu Weather. Local Hound says, is there a potential for Niagara getting a tornado? Right now, I'm thinking it's probably unlikely, just based on this is probably the show. I don't think we're expecting any further development popping up to the southwest of this region. So, and we are waiting for this storm. The models have been talking about this storm for a long time, and they kept putting it right through Niagara, right through Niagara, right through Niagara. And then you have reality, and it shows up just to the southeast. So confirmed tornado. Models are right. You know, they're talking about for sure a really strong tornado risk here. Unless one of these storms decides to pick it up a notch, I'm going to say that it's possible that this ends up being a non-event for Southern Ontario, which would be great. Unfortunately, it looks like it is a confirmed event for areas just south of Buffalo, and which is unfortunate. And what's that at now here? 49% tornado risk. Yeah. So with every radar update, with every scan, and with every lightning strike and all the different data that gets inputted, that percentage changes up and down accordingly. But this looks like confirmed tornado on the ground and a dangerous situation for those who are south of Buffalo. I don't think this storm is going to affect Buffalo necessarily. It's going to track to the northeast. So these are basically suburbs of Buffalo, East Aurora, Marilla, Alma, anywhere inside the tornado warning. It's going to the northeast right now. So those areas are definitely a concern. Scott says possible debris ball on the storm south of Buffalo. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, let me just check here. There is a little bit of a CC drop. I mean, it's confirmed on the ground, so that's a good chance it's causing damage right now. That would be bad. that is a bad thing. So, yeah, dangerous situation for those who are south of Buffalo and southeast of Buffalo right now. And for Niagara, we continue to watch. I just heard a big thunder strike in the background on Virtu Weather. Hold on a second here. 1 second here. I'm going to change something in the background. 1 second. Let's see if I can do this here. Okay, that will solve my problems. Okay. I'm going to switch back over to Virtu Weather so we can take a look at the storm in 3D. And let me just get it prepped first. Give me 1 second here. I'll just refresh the radar. Where is the radar? Hello, radar. Where'd you go? Oh, I'm right on top of it because it's Buffalo. Okay. You can't see what I'm talking about, but I'm going to refresh this 1 second. Give me just a minute, and I will load this up. Okay. So let's jump back over to Virtu Weather here and take a look at these storms in 3D. 1 second here. Okay. Seem to be in the middle of it. Let's go fly back down to Niagara Falls and take a look at these storms that are currently right over the Niagara region right now. You should probably go fly to that storm. First, let's fly over to Niagara Falls. Where are we here? Did I go too far? Where have I gone? Where's Niagara? There we are. There's the falls. Okay. Yeah, somebody said it's getting dark. It sure is. It sure is getting dark in Niagara right now. Let me do something here quick. I'm going to change the lighting here a bit just to make it a little brighter. See if we can. Is that a bit better? Yeah, I think so. So I'm going to my settings, make sure I have per pixel on. Okay, I do. Okay. Okay, so there's Niagara Falls, and there's a casino. Let's just fly through here. And here's your storm, but we're not getting a good look at it because it's kind of on top of us here. Let's go to a clear slot. You can see the sunshine shining over here. And let's go take a look at this storm in 3D here. There's Fort Erie down there. And where is... There's Niagara Falls. There's St. Catharines up there. You can see it. And here is your storm. Let me turn off severe probability. 1 second here. There we go. Okay. So there's Buffalo. Let's go take a look. Let's go fly up. I've got it on. I've got my motion pretty slow, but that actually might be good for those who get motion sickness. It's almost like you're flying in a plane, right? I mean, it's pretty much what it's like when you're flying in a plane over a storm. So let's jump back down here and see. So that's Buffalo. You can see some lightning strikes there. Taking a while for me to fly. What's that, a UFO? What the heck? Okay. There are some lightning strikes there. You can't hear the audio. I wonder if I can add the audio here. I think I can, actually. Let's see here. Do I have it set up? I think I do. So maybe it'll work. Okay. 1 second here. See if you can hear this as I get close. Let me know. Oh, I've got noise cancellation on. That'll be a problem. Let me turn that off. Okay, I'll turn off my noise cancellation. There we go. Now you should be able to hear it. Let me move this so I can see your comments as well. I want to be able to see that. Okay, 1 second here. I'm going to speed up my motion because I can't stand flying around this slow. Let me turn up my movement sensitivity a bit here. There we go. That's much better. So, can you hear these lightning strikes? Let me know in the comments if you can. Dolores says, wow, loud. Is it too loud? It doesn't look like it's too loud. Let me know. Jet says, how are you seeing weather like this in real time? Because we built a thing called Virtu Weather. We partnered with a company in Australia called Geosynergy, and we built this inside of Unreal Engine 5. Yes, you can hear it. Is it too loud or is it okay? Smith says the website for Virtu Weather is virtuweather.com. And so this is actually real radar data tracking these storms in real time. Let's go see the storm that is under tornado warning at this point. Let's go back a bit here. So that's Buffalo. So let's see which cell it would be. I'm facing west. This is why it's confusing. Okay, now I'm facing north. There we go. So it would be, I believe, this storm right here. Let me double check on Virtu Weather Pro which one it is. It is the storm near Hamburg. Where's Hamburg here? I think I can search it actually. I believe it's this cell right here. There's Hamburg right here. So this has a confirmed, let's see here. Perfect volume. Okay, cool. All right, so this has a confirmed tornado on the ground. So we can't actually spawn a tornado on this one. What we're going to do is automatically spawn tornadoes in the future. So let me figure out exactly where this would be, where the hook is. 1 second here. Let me just refresh. I'm using Instant Weather Pro to refresh to figure out where things are happening here in Virtu Weather. Eventually, you'll actually be able to use both. 49% tornado risk on the storm, confirmed tornado on the ground, and it's southeast of Hamburg, right down near North Boston, which I do see North Boston right here. So that's exactly, if there is a tornado on this storm, which is confirmed in the alert details, then that would be where it is right here. So give me 1 second here. I'm just going to... I should probably put... this is called Virtu Weather, for those who don't know. This is the ability to be able to see real storms in real time, simulated based on radar data, based on lightning data, based on wind data, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to pull up a banner here. 1 second. I'm going to pull up this banner that says simulated tornado not real, although we're hearing that there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with this one. But I'm going to spawn a tornado on this particular storm right where it says that we're having a tornado. So let me do this, and there we go. So this is what we want to do in real time here. I'm going to change the size of it because I have it pretty big right now, so let's bring it down a little bit. And so this is what we want to be able to do in real time, automatically, based on rotation data and based on a confirmed tornado report like we have right now. So we have a confirmed tornado report on this particular storm, and based on rotation data, this would be happening down near North Boston at the moment. So, and keep an eye on this. This is right where the hook echo is here. 1 second. Yeah, the hook echo right now is right near North Boston, actually just to the southeast of North Boston. So, sorry, as I'm switching between windows, it might get a little glitchy here. So it would actually be right here if there is a tornado on the storm still, which I believe. Brennan, can you double check on the warning details if there is still a confirmed tornado on that one? Let's see here. Jump into the comments. Brienne says, "Mad cool, Adam. Thanks so much. Appreciate it."
Yeah, it's still confirmed.
Okay, so maybe I should change my banner then from simulated tornado not real to confirmed tornado, simulated tornado, but confirmed tornado on this storm. I'll do simulated tornado, confirmed tornado on this storm. Let's see if that works. Close enough. All right. Okay, so that's the idea, is we want to be able to do this, and be able to adjust the intensity of it and the size of it and the shape of it depending on reports and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so I believe we do have a confirmed tornado on this storm, which is just southeast of North Boston, New York, and yeah, so that is happening at the moment right now, and we have this And again, we want to turn this, for the idea of raising awareness about tornadoes and severe weather, we want to turn this into a video game. We already have the ability to do cars and jetpacks and drones and all this kind of stuff. So the idea would be to, if as opposed to having folks playing like Fortnite or Call of Duty or something like that, if you're playing a game where you can actually see, you can actually go and chase storms in real time, you're probably paying attention to the weather a bit more than you would be if you were deep in a Counter-Strike game or something like that, So, so this is kind of what we're trying to do. Our whole goal is to raise awareness about tornadoes and severe weather, and I think being able to gamify things like this is probably a great idea. So. Again, we can actually move this, and we will move this accordingly with data to say actually where we think confirmed tornadoes would be. It looks like this has moved to the northeast now, actually. So this is more up near West Falls. So you can see West Falls over here. So so I should actually move this. So based on the hook echo, I would say that this tornado has traveled this way, and it is headed over towards the West Falls McGriffin Mills, and this is in New York State, just south of Niagara region right now. So so it would be over here. I would say just a little bit, probably right about here. The tornado would be so confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm, and this would be the area it is right now, based on data here. Let's actually just change the lighting here. We know at nighttime. Let's put some light on this. There, it's a little bit easier to see. But so that is, again, we have reports of a confirmed tornado on this storm just south of Ontario in New York State. And that's where it would be, right about there, right near Griffin Mills and West Falls. Sorry, I keep going back and forth between windows, so it probably keeps getting choppy. So anyways, let me know in the comments what you think about that. Again, this is... Adam says, let's go. I'm heading towards North Boston right now. Yeah, if you don't know how to storm chase, and if you've never learned from other storm chasers, and you're just going out there to run out and try to see a tornado, it's probably a horribly dangerous idea, and it can get you in a lot of trouble. And many folks over the years have gotten themselves in a lot of trouble doing the exact same thing, and obviously several have died. So yeah, you probably don't want to be doing that. If you can avoid it, that would be great.
Any chance we could turn off the background thunder?
Oh, is it too loud? I can bring it down,
Not
actually.
too loud, it's just kind of
annoying.
A little annoying after a bit.
Okay, all right, I'll turn it. I turned it way down. Did it get quieter on your side? I'm trying to think if I can control it with this slider.
Yes, it did get quieter.
Is it just like a very subtle background noise now?
Yeah, it's not so bad. It was probably a little too loud for background noise before.
Okay, I want to keep it in like I want you to be able to hear it because it sucks when you can't hear it, but I also don't want it to be super annoying. So okay, cool, thank you.
You might want to switch back to Instant Weather Pro because the storm risk has actually increased over the Niagara region.
Oh, okay, let's go take a look at that here. Let's see here. Let me refresh too, so we can take a look at Instant Weather Storm Risk here. Whoa, it got bright. 9% tornado risk, 53% total severe risk. Still not seeing anything really, really strong as far as rotation's concerned. But again, this is a bit of a predictive risk as well too. It's not necessarily saying right now this is the risk for this exact second. It's saying that based on the environment, based on the details of the storm, based on the lightning intensity, based on how the lightning is ramping up, based on how the winds are ramping up, that over the lifespan of this storm in the next little bit, we could be getting to the point of producing a tornado. 9% tornado risk on that storm right now. So, oh boy, yeah. So there's that. So we have to watch that one closely. That storm that's over Fort Erie right now is kind of interesting. Still looks pretty weak. This one is obviously the most dangerous one here. The one that is down here in New York State. That's the one we are watching the confirmed tornado animation on. Oh, I see. You switched the banner to the very bottom. Yeah, you might want to scrap that now because we're not in virtual weather. Yeah, you might want to go confirmed tornado. I see. Watching storms south of Niagara region. You might want to put watching storms in Niagara region right now just because that storm looks pretty grumpy at the moment and the percentages are getting higher. But I have a fairly strong feeling that this is going to increase as it moves to the east, but it looks like it might be not so bad for Niagara, just based on Buffalo radar, which is right there. Let's go flip over to King and see. Yeah, so there's some really, really soft rotation from King, but nothing too impressive at this point in time, which is good. Let's see what else is happening over here. Any other storms going on west of Blue Water here? A lot of 0.01s on the risk mentions here. So, yeah, mainly the risk seems to be, it seems to be pretty much Niagara region and east. There are some storms up by Barrie right now. It's just some heavy rain that we're getting up here at the moment. And yeah, so that storm is looking strong, but it looks like it's going to continue strong to the east. Again, if you see these annoying highlighted, just click the top of the screen and it'll get rid of them. There we go. That's much better. That highlighting thing only happens when you're in swiping mode. So it's something about the swiping mode that likes to highlight everything. I don't know. It's slightly annoying, but we'll work on that. We will fix that. That's what happens when you're in uncharted territories. There are some really strong storms over Lake Ontario right now, but they should miss Ontario to the east, I would think. And 13% tornado risk on those. Yeah, they're going to miss to the east as well, too. There's a couple really strong storms there that will miss to the east. We're still going to watch probably closely towards the Cornwall area, but I think probably nothing too exciting for them. So, yeah, this might have been a little bit of a near miss here. I mean, obviously strong storm over Niagara at the moment, but the strongest part, the part that models were very excited about, which came to fruition, which is this confirmed tornado here that happened just southeast of Buffalo right now. And based on the hook echo and based on velocity data, it looks like it is tracking through East Aurora, New York right now. So it's northeast of Hamburg. You can see this very extended, lengthy looking hook here. And we have a little bit of rotation on the tail of it. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it has lifted, but I don't know. It still says confirmed tornado on the tornado warning, so let's go with that. 63% tornado risk. That's one of the highest I've ever seen. 79% severe wind risk and an 89% total severe risk. Wow. Even went up to 38% hail, which is interesting because we weren't expecting a lot of hail risk on these storms, but yeah, this. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, have we changed the scaling on that? Because before it topped out at 70 something.
The scaling on the tornado tops out at 70. So there is no actual top out, but I think the highest I've ever seen. I've seen confirmed wedge on the ground in the States, and I think it was at 68% or something like that. So. But the wind risk and the total severe risk can go all the way up to 100, I think. Okay. I think the reason that this tops out at 70 is just because even with extremely strong rotation, we don't always get a tornado. I think those are kind of factored into the situation.
It's not a guarantee.
It's not a guarantee, exactly. So you can have all those parameters there, but it's never an actual guarantee. But again, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of debating, do we want to, if there's a confirmed tornado, do we want to adjust the values to 100? Or do we want to just be able to see I think it's probably better just to leave it as is, just to kind of see what the algorithm is talking about. Because then even if it's a confirmed tornado, you could see the percentages start to go down. And then you'd be like, oh, maybe the risk is kind of slowly going down, right?
We highlight the polygon when it's a confirmed tornado, so you'd be able to tell.
That's true, and we're going to do that with the polygons as well too. With confirmed tornadoes, we're going to change them so they flash or do some sort of animation to show you that it's a confirmed tornado. Same with PDS and all that kind of stuff. We want to do all the fancy
and
stuff.
Even if a tornado is confirmed, it doesn't mean that it's still on the ground at the time.
It's true that confirmation could have been from 20 minutes ago or something, right? Yeah. I think we probably leave the percentages as is, just so we can see them go up and down instead of just forcing them to 100 because we have a confirmed tornado.
Well, rather not just forcing it, but putting it on a proper 0 to 100 scale.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that as well too. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, and I've thought about that as well. We could also maybe just have something that says confirmed tornado. So it could be at 60 whatever percent it is now, but it says confirmed tornado, right? So right now it's at 63%. As long as people know that it's confirmed tornado from the warning. Or we could
even just change use the numbers to convert to a category to be very low, low, moderate.
I've thought about that too. That kind of waters it down. I want to see like the exact number. You know what I mean?
I'm just worried that some people may see it and not understand what those numbers mean per se.
I mean, you could also go low, medium, high, and people are not going to understand. There's going to be people that don't understand what the hell that is.
But it's a lot
so.
clearer.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, yeah, but still, people, when we talk about with our severe maps, we have like marginal and slight, and people go, if it's slight, why are you even telling me about it? And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. We're telling you that the percentage
Yeah,
is,
but on the other way, someone could say, 5%, why does it matter? But 5% is actually
listen, if it's above
risk.
If people are like that, they're probably not subscribed to Instant Weather Pro. So chances are they're not going to be the ones that are concerned with it. Folks, if you're subscribed to Instant Weather Pro, chances are you're interested in weather. You understand probability, and you understand the fact that there's a percentage chance. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's just giving you, based on the data, the probability. So, I don't think it's too much of an issue. I say let's just leave the numbers. I like it as is. Okay. So.
Oh, no, just wanted to put that out there because it's like, it's 63% chance. Like that is a high number. But when it's out of 70, that's 90%. So people might take that a bit more seriously if they see, it's a 90% chance.
But
it's a proper scale.
There's times where, but I think the actual, when you add the verification into it, 70 is actually the true number because it's not always a guarantee that a strong meso is going to produce.
I'm not saying a 90% would be a guarantee, but it's like it seems more probable when you look like in people how they perceive things. It's like a 63% versus a 90%.
Yeah.
If you don't have a proper scale, then 63% is like, that means that there's a 37% chance of no tornado, but that's actually not the case.
But it actually kind of is the case.
How? if you ask a random person, it's like,
no, I get the idea of perception, like how they perceive it. But I'm saying in the actual, and the reason that it tops out at 70 is because that's as high as actually tornado risk can get, even with a confirmed tornado on the ground. Should we scale it to make 70 the 100% and then have? But the only problem with that to me is that sometimes I've seen it. There's sometimes where it's talking about 16% tornado risk on a storm where there's no meso. And so I feel like on the low end, it's actually a little bit high sometimes. And on the high end, it's a little bit low. So it would be like, how do we extrapolate that percentage out? Do we take the low stuff and make it lower and then take the high stuff and make it higher? You know what I mean? There's not just a perfect, like, just turn the 70 to 100 and then make the scale that way. Because now a storm that where I'm like, I don't even know why it says 16% tornado risk. All of a sudden, that storm is like 29% tornado risk now because we've adjusted the scale. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of tricky. It's a tricky situation.
Think for our actual consumers, it makes more sense to have it out of 100 or explicitly say this tops out at 70. Because I guarantee you, if I hadn't just mentioned that, people wouldn't know that it topped out at 70. So when you're saying 63, that's really, really high.
Yeah, that's pretty much as high as it can possibly get. So maybe we do something where we could do something where if it's greater than 50, then we stretch the scale. Yeah. So then we leave the bottom half of the scale as is. And then if it's greater than 50%, then we go from 50 to 70 and stretch that to 100. That might be one way to go. Mm-hmm. Leave the bottom, but scale the top. So it actually gets, so right now, confirmed tornado on the ground, this thing's sitting at 62%. So it should probably be more like 90 yes. Or 90% or something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So, okay. Stretch the upper half of the scale. It could be interesting. But I'd like to leave the bottom half of the scale. Just because I already think in some cases it's overestimating. Like this is like 59% still, which is extremely high. It is extremely high. It is pretty much getting close to topping out the scale. So yeah, or like into the 90s for sure. So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we should probably anything 50 and above.
Alternatively, we could put like a little information icon thing so people can click on it and it'll show like this is what these numbers mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we should probably do that anyways. Yeah, it would make sense to put some details so folks understand exactly what it means. Just watching the Niagara Falls storm right now. What is it? 110, 114. Should be getting a new update pretty soon. Yeah, still looks like a pretty grumpy storm, but definitely not seeing any strong rotation or anything to that extent on that storm. Still 7% tornado risk on it, but it's probably as it tracks to the east, that risk will manifest itself and become stronger as it goes through parts of New York State, and then across, as you can see, we have multiple supercells that are crossing Lake Ontario, moving to the east right now as well. The most dangerous storm for sure is the one just southeast, or just east of Buffalo at this point in time, near East Aurora. Look at that hook. Wow. It's strange, though. You see a hook like this, and then velocity looks quite messy. It could be maybe because it's so close to the radar, potentially. It's hard to say. There's some factors that come into play like that as well. A lot of comments here. One second here. T says, so if we don't subscribe to Pro, we shouldn't be watching this? No. That's not what I'm saying. That's I could see how that can become confused with what we talked about previously. But no. Of course, no. We want, of course, everyone to be able to join in on the live streams and see this data. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Okay, just going through the comments here. Elliot says, will this Buffalo storm track into Ontario? No, I don't think so. I think you're all right. It should, for the most part, stay south. I would think. Everybody says they agree with Chris. What did Chris say? I didn't see it. One second here. Where did Chris go? Come back, Chris.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, I just sent it in the team chat. Chris said, if a confirmed tornado was on the ground and I saw 60 to 70% probability and I was in the path, I'd be 60 to 70% worried. If it said 90% I was in the direct path, I'd be seeking safety.
I mean, if there was a confirmed tornado on the ground and you're in the path and it said 67%, I would be seeking shelter. I wouldn't be like, it's not 90? I guess I'm all right. No, I would definitely be seeking shelter. It's funny, people can go through these ideas and be like, this is what I would do. But chances are, if there's a confirmed tornado on the ground and you're in the path of it, chances are you're not going to be like, what's the percentage? You're going to be seeking shelter. You're not going to care what the percentage is. And that Atlanta says that's kind of where you were going with it. And that's fair as well, too. Actually, there's we're going to be adding, we're working on some really even more advanced stuff for the tornado percentages. So I think that's actually going to help a lot as well, too. And we're going to actually mix that in with this as well. And it's going to be, and it should actually show us a lot more of a detailed track. And so instead of this polygon being the entire storm, where like the track is like this tiny little part of it, this will actually show the track, and it'll show the percentage of the track. So we're going to mix that in, and then probably going to let those percentages take over for the tornado percentages. So they should be a lot more of a 0 to 100. They should be a lot more precise, especially for the exact track. I think it's going to be a lot better. So Jay says, for consumers, they won't understand 70% top out. I don't. That's all good. I mean, that's just, it makes sense because if you take it on the whole, like if you consider all of the data being sourced, 70, like even if with a strong meso, even with an extremely strong mesocyclone, only 70% of the time does it actually produce. So that's why it tops out at 70, because in theory, it shouldn't actually get higher than that if it wants to be accurate on the whole. But again, if we have a confirmed tornado, then 100 would obviously make sense. But yeah, so it's these are interesting things to debate. I wonder if you consider it, I wonder if the percentages is also topping out because it's such a large polygon. Because then 70% of any point within this polygon, 70% chance of any point in this polygon having the tornado. Whereas if the polygon was right where the hook is, then 100% would make more sense if it was confirmed, right? But if this giant polygon, if you're way up here at the top side of the polygon, then you have pretty much a 0% chance of a tornado. Whereas, so that to get the polygons even more isolated is going to be pretty cool. I'm excited about that part. So that's something we're working on as well too. So we'll get there. That's all good. Yeah, and Brendan's making a good point that in our team chat here that to make it digestible for anybody would be a good idea. Yeah, I mean, people understand percentages for the most part. they're a bit tricky. You know, it's not perfect. What is
Write our comment section?
I'm trying to go through some of it now. 1 second here.
Oh, not this comment section. I'm just saying comment section on our forecast.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
saying, I think everyone understands.
I didn't say everyone. Don't throw words in my mouth there. I didn't say everyone. I said I think most people can understand percentages. But you know, but percentages. Most is not everyone, but percentages is inherently tricky in general. So even if you understand percentages, what is 1% versus 9% versus 12%? Like, what does that actually mean?
Every winter with the snow day forecast.
No, I know you do. Absolutely.
You guys don't need more snow days because you need to learn percentages.
Yeah, this is. I'm glad we have these discussions because it's good to try to iron these things out. It's tricky. It's tricky for sure. 1 second. Where did my live stream window go? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me bring that back up. Okay, I'm gonna jump back in the comments here. So, 1 second here. All right, looking through the comments. I left the thunder noise on. Sorry. Is it on? Is it? Let me go back to Virtu
If it
Weather
is,
here.
it's super quiet.
Okay, I turned it off. There we go. Go back to Virtu Weather Pro. Okay. 1 second here. I gotta turn my AC on, so I better put on my noise canceling. Because I'm starting to boil in this room. Okay. It's not that, it's like 18 degrees outside here in Barrie, but it's in this room right now. It's 25 and it's going up, so I better bring that down. Okay. Rob says, if you say 100% chance, then you get the crowd whining. You said 100% and nothing happened. Next time, I'm not listening. Yeah, that's the other side of it. There's two sides to that for sure. Yeah, it's a tricky thing. I mean, 35% tornado risk now on that storm that's east of Buffalo at the moment. But nevertheless, I'm glad we added this to Instant Weather Pro because I think it's quite useful. It's not always perfect, and we're going to put a nice fat disclaimer at the very bottom of it that says, disclaimer, this is not perfect, et cetera, et cetera. So we're definitely going to put that stuff in there as well. 11% tornado risk now on the storm that is just about to stretch through Niagara Falls and move to the east. But I don't think there's currently a tornado risk for Niagara Falls at the moment or the Niagara region. It looks like most of the risks should be to the east. So that might have been the show for most of Ontario, besides, of course, the flooding that many have experienced. And looks like Kingston got missed to the south. Kingston did see a storm, but the strongest part of it was south of Kingston. There are some storms over here that are still fairly potent, but they're just southeast of Ontario. So Ontario might have dodged another one here, which would be good for our friends in Ontario. Not so much for our friends in New York State. So New York State is dealing with multiple tornado warnings at the moment. Very, very strong supercells tracking east of Lake Ontario and east of Lake Erie. But besides that, once this storm passes Niagara, I think that's probably it. I'm going to go check some model data just to see in the background if we're expecting any more pop-ups. But I don't think we are. I think that's pretty much it. Let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, I think that's all we're expecting. We could see a little... These storms that are tracking from kind of the Niagara region, they could actually affect Prince Edward County, maybe. Future models have them kind of tracking through Prince Edward County, but missing Kingston. At least the strongest part of it, missing Kingston and tracking to the east. So that is something we probably want to keep an eye on, I would think. I would think. Let's see here. Just going through the comments. Chorus says, bring back the thunder. Seth Manka says, never have a scale go to 100 unless you can confirm a tornado every time it goes that high. Topping out at 95 to 99 allows you, like the hail, to say it's not 0. Yeah, probably 99.9 would be good. We'll do 99.9 on the one side and 0.01 on the other side. Just to cover our butts. Let's see here. Kelly says, they have been talking about the storm in the States for an hour. What about anything in Toronto or anywhere in that area? Yeah, nothing exciting is happening, Kelly, in Ontario right now, other than the storm that's in Niagara, and other than a little bit of flooding that's happening for some areas. There's nothing really exciting on our side of the border. This was the storm that models were super excited about. Models had that going right through Niagara for many, even right up to this event, like going this way, and it ended up being just a bit to the south. So, obviously that's good for folks in Niagara, not so good for folks southeast of Buffalo, as we've had reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground. This thing still has a big hook echo on it right here. And so that's not a great thing for those folks. We hope everybody's staying safe just southeast of the border here. Let me double check. 27% tornado risk on that one. And so again, I like the fact that we're not forcing the percentage, because we can see now that it's coming down. So if the tornado warning still said confirmed tornado, we would still have this at 100%. But if you're trying to look at the actual details and let the model do its thing, it's interesting to see it come down, even if it's confirmed. So then probably you know that it's getting closer and closer to dissipating, I would think. Let's see here. Jamie says, it would be really interesting to show crowdsourced weather conditions across a few key areas. Tempest has a great open API to show data. Is Tempest's API open? Really? Open?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Is it open for anybody to use commercially? I'm not sure about that, but we could double check. Like, is it an open API for you to submit your reports? Probably. Is it an open API for us to add it to Instant Weather Pro or something like that? I'm not sure, but it'd be interesting to check it out. So thanks for bringing that up. We do have a reporting feature inside of Instant Weather app, and we do have a huge database of reports that have come in, and we're going to add that. So we're going to add MPing, which is the U.S. government one, and we're going to add the Instant Weather reports from the Instant Weather app. So you'll see those pop up, like power outages and all this kind of stuff. You'll see those pop up in real time. Two different folks asking about how Squirrel Depot's cool. Squirrel Depot's fine. It's all good. But Jamie, can you look into that for us? You want to check to see? You say it's open, but how open is it? I don't know if Tempest is like, yeah, you can use this commercially. I would be shocked if that was the case. But if it is, that'd be super cool. I'd love to add it if that was the case, for sure. JJ says, Brandon has caught up with the tornadic activity on his channel. Very exciting. Was that Brandon Kopik, was it? Brandon Kopik? 1 second here. Yeah, he's live streaming right now on that storm. Load that up in the background. 1 second here. Is he currently live? Oh, he is currently live. Okay, yeah, he's driving on some dirt road in New York State right now. Trying to catch up to that storm. He's currently in, I don't know how to pronounce this, Cowlesville. Callisville? Callisville? Something like that. So he's inside of this tornado warning right now. He's down. Looks like he's down right here. Where's Callisville? It says his location is down here somewhere, but I guess he's trying to. I think he's probably blasting north to try to get to that hook here. So he's down in that area at the moment. Let's just refresh here and see if we get any new storm risk data. Yeah, we have the new data here. So that storm is now basically east of Ontario. So I think Ontario's pretty much good. Our only concern is going to be Prince Edward County. As these storms, especially this one right here, as it tracks to the northeast, it's possible that it could head through kind of maybe the Picton area, Cherry Valley, Prince Edward Point, somewhere in there. I think most of eastern Ontario is probably fine. Our only concern is going to be areas really close to Lake Ontario. Maybe Kingston, maybe not. It's hard to say. But we're going to watch that closely. So Um, yeah, I'm watching Brandon's live stream in the background here. We don't have permission to share it on the stream, but definitely go and check it out. It's Brandon Kopic, Copic. Brandon Kopic. Looks like he's getting real close to that storm. Interesting. Okay. Let's see here. Lizzie says, wait, where are we? We're tracking, is it Cope-Tick, someone said? I thought it was just Copic. No, it's just Copic. This is not Tick. Just Copic. There's no T. Cora says we need Squirrel Depot merch. We're working on it. We got to get on that. Squirrel Depot
I've got
merch.
to revamp everything first, and then I'll start adding some new stuff.
Can we, one day if somebody wins the lottery, can we like buy Squirrel Depot and make that the headquarters or something? That'd be cool. Let's see here.
Maybe we can start a GoFundMe.
GoFundMe to buy Squirrel Depot? Someone said it's just like there's basically nothing there. I'm sure there's some squirrels. Obviously, it got that name somehow. There must be squirrels.
Watch there like be no squirrels at all.
Yeah, they heard about it and they got out of there.
That would be ironic.
Yeah, I don't like the look of that. See, this is where 14% tornado risk now in that storm just east of Niagara Falls. And I don't like the look of that little thing heading towards Heartland, New York at the moment. And of course, this is the storm that Brandon Kopic's on right now, and it's still looking pretty nasty. It actually dropped down to a 10% tornado risk on that one. He's coming up to that storm. I don't see a funnel, but it looks pretty dark and low hanging at the moment. But yeah, that's so. This one has dropped down a bit. I like the idea of leaving the percentages this. I do like the idea of taking 50 and extending it to 100. Anything above 50 and stretching that out. I think that's pretty easy logic for dev to do, is to say if it's above 50 in general, it's a horribly dangerous tornado risk for sure. Let's see here. Valerie says Brandon's on Facebook and YouTube. He's a really good storm chaser in the US. Brandon Kopic. Yeah, for sure. No, I've followed Brandon for a long time. And he is trying to track this storm. But yeah, the percentages have come down quite a lot on it. So down to 10% tornado risk on that storm now. Seen some rotation down here in New York State. 8% tornado risk. Starting to see a little mezzo there. That's the thing I was talking about as well, too, that we want to mix in with the storm risk data is a lot more real time. This is real time, but this is a bit predictive. Whereas it's a lot more like, how strong is this mezzo? What is the percentage of this? Like, it's really based on, is there a mesocyclone? So is there rotation? How strong is that rotation? Is there a debris signature? Like, it's really in depth in that way. And it's a pretty interesting deep learning technique. It should be pretty interesting. So Ontario Protect says, does the government of Canada help fund this? No. They do not. We are completely independent. We've been independent since 2013 when we launched, and we'd like to stay that way. We're okay with independent because there's less red tape. We can do silly things on the live stream. We can do this the way we want. So we like it the way it is. Ontario says, sounds like they are missing out. I mean, it's all good. They have enough problems trying to fund their own thing, so don't worry about it. It's all good. Environment Canada is underfunded. They should be more funded. Unfortunately, they're underfunded. But yeah, it's we try to complement what EC does by live streaming, by creating different interesting applications like Instant Weather Pro and the Instant Weather app and all that kind of stuff too. So JJ says the Storm Chip Association does. Let's see here. Duracell says the Weather Network shows this tornadic storm going right through Ontario. You say no. So I think you're thinking of, so they have on the Weather Network, they have a future radar where it just kind of takes the past radar and moves it in the direction it's going. That's not always accurate. Sometimes it's great, but there's a lot of times where especially with the way Beryl was starting to go to Ontario. It was going kind of north, right? But then it kind of turned. It turned to the east, and so, but initially it was going north, and everybody used. So many people commented. I bet you they were using the Weather Network Future Radar, and they're like, "It looks like it's going to miss us. It's just going north." Like, that's not really the case. You have to take into consideration that storms don't always just go the way they're heading, right? So in this case,
it's because the low pressure system's actually tracking like northeast, but the bands of precipitation are like cycling around it towards the north.
That's right.
So that kind of gives it the more northern motion, it seems like, but the actual system is moving northeast.
That's right. Yeah, it has a hard. I think those kind of systems have a hard time, especially with something like a post-tropical storm like this, to be able to estimate kind of stuff. It becomes tricky. So yeah. So just take a grain of salt with the motion you see with that kind of thing. Anyways, I'm not saying that this particular storm that is just east of Niagara Falls won't affect some of Ontario. I think it, based on future models, it looks like it's going to affect maybe the Prince Edward County here. So it's possible that it's going to track this way. Maybe not Kingston. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But maybe Kingston. It's hard to say for sure. It looks like most of these storms are trying to push to the east. They were all kind of heading towards Kingston, but then turned. So I have a feeling this one's going to try to do the same thing. But the northern side of it might just clip the Picton area. We'll see. We will see. So, yeah, so that's what's happening at the moment. Weather says Brandon Kopech has a funnel cloud on stream. I'm watching a stream right now. I don't see it, but maybe that on the right side. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, I see. He's probably saying, I don't have his audio on, so. Oh, yeah, I do see the funnel on the right side. Yeah, so he's got a funnel cloud on that storm in New York State. So that is south of Ontario. He's on this storm right now, which is under a tornado warning. He's got a funnel cloud on that storm, probably right there. Let's actually refresh the storm risk. Normally you won't have to do this. We're gonna improve it. Oh yeah, the percentages definitely went up. So up to 12% tornado risk on that one right now. Still a tornado warning on that storm. And this is east of Buffalo at the moment. And let's take a look at our storm that went through about the same percentages in our storm that went through St. Catharines area. 12% tornado risk, 46% severe wind risk. And that is heading to the northeast. So actually, let's go back and animate this and see which way it's heading so far. We can use our own perspective to see which way this is going. We need to slow that down a bit. There we go. Actually, let me bring it down to 4. There we go. Okay, so that is heading this way. Starting to turn a bit to the right, a bit to the east. So it's going that way. So it might just head up to Prince Edward County. We'll see. We'll hang out for a bit and watch it and see what happens as it heads that way. Pam says my yard is flooded bad. Oh no. Where are you located, Pam? Crystal asked about Barry. Barry's fine. We're good. It's just a rain risk, just a flooding risk. That's it. All good. Jonathan says, any more heavy rain coming to Niagara region? It doesn't look like it. Maybe. There's a little bit of kind of development here over the water. So we'll keep watching just in case. But this is probably the show as far as any tornadic development. It looks like we're talking about a potential miss here. So it just missed to the east. And that's a good thing because obviously we had a confirmed tornado just south of Buffalo. So we're hoping that folks down there are safe. So that didn't look very nice. Bree says my yard is flooded in Niagara on the Lake. Thanks for the report. Steven says fingers crossed from Prince Edward County. Yeah, I'm hoping you mean fingers crossed as in you don't want it to hit, but Matthew's asking about Toronto. Toronto's fine right now. You're going to get some rain. There could be a little bit of a flooding risk here. Chris says, am I reading in some other pro right? Winds over 100 kilometer an hour around Kingston and to the east. Chris, it all depends on what radar station you're looking at. So if you're looking at Kingston, I would choose KTYX. You always want to choose the radar station that's closest to it. So it's hard to say which is either Franktown or KTYX. It's hard to say which one's closer. If you want to measure that, you can actually go to single mode, and then if you look here, I'm gonna zoom out here 1 sec. Sorry. If you look on the very right of Instant Weather Pro, oh, you still can't see it. Darn it. Here, Brendan, can you make me full screen for a sec? Pretty please. Thank you. Okay, so if you see this icon on the far right, this little circle right here, you can click that and you can measure. So I'm going to measure from Franktown to Kingston is 90 kilometers away. And if I measure, is it Montauk? Let's see here. Click that. I think we say Fort Drum for some reason. Oh, I have to unclick the circle, click it again. There we go. And click right here and drag that towards Kingston. And that's 81 kilometers away. So KTYX is actually closer than Franktown to Kingston. So if you want to look at Kingston's winds, or at least what radar can see. Remember, radar can be 1,000, if not thousands of feet off the surface. So that's something to take into consideration. But if we click KTYX and we zoom in on, did you say Kingston? I think so. Around Kingston. Okay. And then if I swipe over, I'm in single mode. So I have to go back to split mode. And if I swipe over and we go around Kingston, you can see 18 kilometers an hour, 9 kilometers an hour. By the way, if you see minus values on Instant Weather Pro, the minus values mean that the winds are heading back towards the radar. So green is back towards the radar and red is going away from the radar. So away from the radar, we're talking about 18 kilometers an hour, and that could be 1,000 feet up in the air or more. And then heading back towards the radar is like 12 kilometers an hour. So yeah. So definitely you want to use the radar that's the closest. If you look at radars that are further away, you can be looking at winds that are thousands and thousands of feet up in the air, and those can say like 100 kilometers an hour or more, but those winds are way, way, way up in the air. So that's not a concern. But yeah, if you go KTYX and you look at Kingston, it's not so bad. It, could be a little gusty there, maybe. Nothing too dramatic on that one. Hopefully that helps clear that up as well too. By the way, if you don't have Instant Weather Pro and you'd like to subscribe, you can go to instantweatherpro.com. It's $99 for the year, which is about $825 a month if you break it down, divided by 12. And a huge thank you to all those who have subscribed. As you can tell, we keep adding new awesome features to it. We keep improving the performance of it. We've improved US radars drastically. They are so much better now. To the point where I used to use other apps I owned to check US radars, and now I only use Instant Weather Pro. So yeah, they say as a developer you have to eat your own dog food, which means you have to use your own product to make it better. But yeah, so now we're definitely using this more internally as well. Yeah, just northeast of Darien, 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 New York. That's where we're seeing rotation on that storm that is under tornado warning right now, east of Buffalo. So if you're in those areas right now, if you're near Batavia, Batavia, I'd be taking shelter immediately with that storm. Rotation, Hook Echo, funnel cloud from Brandon Kopik, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that decided to produce a tornado anytime soon, if it hasn't already. Yeah, if you are east of there's Batavia right there. So what are we at now? So tornado warning, and yeah, sometimes we have to work on this because sometimes the details from storm risk won't come up. You just have to hit refresh and then they will. So 13% tornado risk on that one right now. Tornado warning again, and this is heading up towards Batavia, New York, near Oakfield, Stafford, New York, Byron, those areas. And so if you are, this is just south of Rochester, just southwest of Rochester. So if you're in those areas, I'd be taking shelter, especially Batavia right now. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, but if you're in Batavia, take shelter immediately. Anita says apparent tornado on the ground north of Attica. Yeah, so this is the one. This is the storm right here. That's probably where Brandon Kopik is right now. I'm not listening to his live stream, so I don't know if he said confirmed tornado or not. But yeah, I would definitely be taking shelter if you're north of Darien. If you're in Batavia, this is likely producing a tornado if it hasn't done so already. Strong rotation there for sure, and yeah, that's looking like a fairly dangerous storm at the moment. Anita says yes from Brandon's stream. Oh, so you're watching Brandon's stream, and he said tornado. Yeah. yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It looks pretty nasty. So, let me just zoom this in before Brennan yells at me. And, yeah, this storm's still 9% tornado risk on the one that just moved east of St. Catharines, and it is tracking maybe towards Prince Edward County. I wouldn't be surprised if it clipped the Picton area. So, we're watching that closely. Let's see here. Chris has a good question. He says, Instant Weather Pro is a completely separate product, right? I have upgraded radar/ads removed on the Instant Weather app. I assume that I don't need that if I get Instant Weather Pro instead. Yeah, so it's we're almost done putting it inside of the Instant Weather app. So it'll actually all become one product. This will just be a subscription tier. Right now, this is just a website option. So it works on pretty much everything. As long as you have a reasonably powerful device, you can use this on pretty much anything. So if you go to Instant Weather Pro, for those who subscribe to the website version, you'll get access to the app version for free, of course, and vice versa. If you subscribe on the app, then you'll get access to the website version. So we're just working on the login stuff, so you can create your login and then be able to have access to both. So we're working on that right now. But yeah, it is a separate product in theory, like it's a separate subscription. The confusing part might be that we called one of our subscriptions Pro on the Instant Weather app. One of our remove ads and extend feature radar, the one that's $14.99 a year, we called it Pro. This is well before we even thought about making Instant Weather Pro. So that's kind of the confusing part. Eventually, those who subscribe to that tier will get a really watered down version of Instant Weather Pro. So we started at the top subscription so we could build it up with all the features, and then eventually we're going to come out with some lower tiers, lower subscription tiers. But right now we just kind of have that like top subscription at $99 a year. So anyways, huge thank you to all those who have subscribed to that. We sincerely appreciate it. Ash says, can it be viewed on mobile devices? Yeah, I use it on my phone right now all the time. I just have the website loaded and I just go to it like this. So I use it all the time on my phone. Oh. Special air quality statement for Saskatchewan. Anyways, anything green you can see being deleted because I'm using green screen right now. But yeah, so I use it on my phone all the time. It works great because it's just a website. So especially if you're on an Apple device, then you can do, if you go to Safari and you save it as a home screen, save it to my home screen, then when you load it up, it won't have like the search bar at the top. It'll just look like a full-size app. But actually, I also have it inside of the Instant Weather Pro app. So if I click on our Instant Weather app, I can go to it as well too. So we're testing that right now. So it will be built right into the Instant Weather app, which is exciting. Tara says, what's it called? So you go to instantweatherpro.com, which I have a banner for somewhere. There we go. You can get Pro at instantweatherpro.com. Huge thank you to those who have subscribed. Please be patient while Teresa sends out the instructions. She has to do it by hand, so sometimes it takes a little bit of time. Also, check your spam folder, because there's been times before where people email us and they say, I never got the instructions for Instant Weather Pro, and we say, check your spam folder, and they say, oh, there it is. So that happens at times. Ryan says, what's next for Instant Weather Pro after the risk percentages? I think next is going to be, there's two important things. One is combining the Canadian polygons into an outline so that they're not just like covering the screen. That's one important thing. Another is going to be when you click on anywhere on the screen to be able to see exactly all the different alerts and watches. And instead of it just like choosing whatever alert is on top, you'll be able to click on, an alert and not just see tornado watch, but you'll be able to see the full details, just like you can see it inside of the Instant Weather app. And we already have that API. We just have to connect it. So those two things are certainly happening. Erica, is St. Catharines at a risk for a tornado? I don't think so. I think Niagara is pretty much good to go now, unless some super random strong storm pops over Lake Erie, which models are not suggesting is going to happen. I think pretty much Niagara is good at this point in time. So break out the barbecues. I don't know, is that where you're planning on barbecuing? Let me know. Still watching a strong storm that just moved through Niagara and is moving to the east. The only area I'm concerned with right now is going to be Prince Edward County and maybe Kingston. So I'm going to watch closely for those areas. Sully says, thanks, Adam and crew. If it wasn't for you guys, we would be screwed. I don't know if we'd be screwed, but hopefully we provide some useful information for you. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. Leland says we're getting 30 to 90 millimeters. Where are you getting 30 to 90 millimeters? Lisa says, are there explanations for Instant Weather Pro for newbies trying to learn more about weather? Yeah, for sure. Actually, Teresa, our brilliant Teresa, Dr. Teresa, actually, she has a PhD in astronomy. So every time there's like anything going on with like solar, like, solar storms, we're like, Teresa, what's happening? She knows everything for that stuff. Yeah, so she's brilliant, and she put together a whole page about, I don't know if it's frequently asked questions or a whole page about different features on Instant Weather Pro. And also, if you subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, we also have a private a Facebook group. So, and people ask questions on there all the time. We're always answering and stuff like that. So, yeah, so both of those things. So yeah, there's definitely documentation on how to use it. And there's and we're gonna do more. I want to do like a whole tutorial. I mean, I basically do like a Instant Weather Pro tutorial every time we're live streaming. That's pretty much what I do, is just sit here on Instant Weather Pro all day and show different features. So, so if you watch our live streams, you'll notice. Right now, you still see how we still have these radio frequency beams coming out of the radar. They're fixing this. So if you look at King City, you'll notice they're all gone. There used to be all those here. King City's all gone. Environment Canada has fixed that. They just haven't added the hardware to every radar. I think they got to do it to Franktown, because it is the worst offender of seeing radio frequency interference. So hopefully they add it to that radar station sooner than later. Hopefully they don't add it to that radar station on a tornado outbreak in Eastern Ontario. That would be great. Please don't add it on that day, whatever that day happens to be. But if you could add it, like the winter time would be great. Winter time would be fantastic. Update all the radars during winter. I don't care. I don't care. That's just, don't do it when things are dangerous. Let's see here. Elliot says he subscribed to my other YouTube account. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. It's pretty sad over there. I think I got like, 70 or 80 subscribers. I'm okay with that. That's fine. That's all good. I never promote that channel. It's just me doing a bunch of music stuff and random videos I've taken like with my family and stuff. Let's see here. Will it hit Belleville, says Jim. Maybe not. I'm even questioning if it's going to hit Prince Edward County. So head all the way up to Belleville. Oh wait, Belleville is right there. Sorry, I was thinking of Brockville. Well, Belleville, maybe. I mean, you might get the north end of the storm. I have a feeling you're not going to get the strongest part of it. I have a feeling the strongest part of it's going to be here. And the strongest part of it, a.k.a. the rotation, is what we're concerned about. And the rotation might clip like Picton, maybe. I have a feeling it's not going to necessarily head up to Belleville. We'll see. We still got time here. It looks like it's really trying to go northeast. But most of these storms, as they've gone this way, have started to actually turn to the right. You can almost see it here. You see how, like, watch this. Watch this right here. See how it's going northeast perfectly, and then it turns? And you see how, like, the strongest part of the storm seemed to be the north side of it, but then the north side of it gets weaker and weaker and weaker, and the southern side of it gets stronger, and it's trying to push to the east. So I have a feeling that this part of the storm will. That's hard to say. I mean, that this part of the storm could end up going right through Belleville and Prince Edward County. I'm just guesstimating. I don't know for sure. We'll find out. Music says Reed Timmer's live too. Oh, okay. Where's he? Is he in New York State? Probably. Brandon sees it on the ground. I'm watching a stream here on the left. I should probably put some volume on a stream so I can hear what he's saying. He says he sees vortices on the ground, yeah. And he's on this storm right here near Batavia. Let's take a look at that. One sec. He can see a suction vortex on the ground. So he's confirming a tornado still on the storm that is east of Buffalo. Really interesting, too, because there's nothing much on velocity. But he's got a confirmed tornado on the ground. So that shows you that it can happen even when you're not really seeing a super strong meso. So let's see what machine learning is talking about. Yeah, 13% tornado risk on that storm still. But yeah, he's on that one right there. Let me actually refresh. I think we have new data for storm risk. Yeah, we do. It's only 3% tornado risk on that storm. But he's calling He's saying confirmed on that storm. Interesting. And the storm that's just going through the Rochester area right now is a 37% tornado risk. Oh boy. And there's tornado warnings to the south as well too. Multiple tornado warnings in the U.S. right now. And a tornado warning over here, well south of Kingston, moving to the east. And that looks like an absolute beast of a storm. Oh my goodness, look at the hook on this thing. This hook is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous hook. Oh my goodness. And what is machine learning saying? 57% chance. And just remember, that scale only goes, it maxes out at about 70 just because of the fact that even with a strong rotation, you can't always confirm a tornado. Tornadoes don't always happen, even with strong mesos. We've seen that happen in the States many times. You can see a really strong mesocyclone, but you don't actually end up having a tornado. And that's why the scale maxes out at about 70. Elliot, the man, 137 says, please give me a shout out. What's up, Elliot? You can see that. Yeah, you can see that wild hook right now. This is down in New York State at the moment and north of Syracuse, New York. And wow, looking like some pretty dangerous storms up there. Okay. I'm going to turn off Brandon. Brandon says he has seen suction vortices on that storm. I want to keep an eye on this storm that's heading up actually towards Kingston right now. Where does this sneaky storm think it's going? Machine learning says 3% tornado risk on it. Where do you think you're going? Little storm. Not seeing much in the way of rotation at the moment, but there's a little bit of a percentage on that one. So we're going to watch that one closely. Chris says, trying to learn at my own pace. I rewatched an old live stream and followed along on Virtu Weather and Pro in historical mode. Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, we've got historical Canadian data back to 2021, and we've got US data back to the 90s. So, Ash says, I see on the radar more random little storms coming for Niagara later, so not clear for pool time. Thanks, Elliot. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, there's little pop-ups. There's another tornado warning down here in the U.S., but they're all going that way. So I think right now Niagara's fine. These little pop-ups to the west, they're all just, I mean, besides maybe a lightning risk, we'll see what happens, but yeah, see, they're dying off it. Look at this little one that was coming over Lake Ontario. Like, looked like it was trying to start and get interesting, and then it's dying off. So I think probably Niagara is pretty good right now. If something wild pops up, we'll be watching it closely, but I think right now Niagara's good. The main concern right now is going to be for Prince Edward County, for Kingston area, especially with this storm tracking this way. Maybe Belleville, maybe not. Hard to say. But yeah, still watching that little storm. Let me just refresh this and see if we have new data there. 2%. It actually went down. 2% tornado risk on the storm heading up towards Kingston. Interesting. Brennan, are you around by any chance? Or Atlanta? I'm just going to step away for a few minutes, but I will be right back. Hopefully, Brennan or Atlanta can jump in and yammer on for a little bit until I get back, if that's okay. Maybe. And they're both AFK. That exactly.
I can put up the radar.
Yeah, do you want to put up radar for a few minutes and a little thing that says Adam will be back in a few minutes? I appreciate it. I'll be back in no time, folks. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you. All right. I have returned. I don't see myself, but there I am. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. I've been watching rotation over Lake Ontario. Miss Musk says, Adam, is the machine learning data available in Virtu Weather Pro yet? If so, how do I turn it on in settings? No, it's only on our internal version right now, but it will be added to the standard Instant Weather Pro really soon. Next few days. There's a few things we need to do with it first. We want to make it so it automatically updates, so you don't have to hit refresh like what I have to do every time I want to see the new data. Yeah, let's take a look at that Kingston cell. 0.01% tornado risk. That sounds pretty good. That sounds good. That's better. This is definitely rotating over Lake Ontario. You could really see it very clearly from King City. Just north of New York State. There it is right there. You can see that rotation couplet. Very clear. Let's back it up a few frames and see. Yeah, this is when I started watching it right here. And right at that point, it's about 4% tornado risk on that. I wouldn't be surprised if that was producing a water spout over Lake Ontario. That's heading to the northeast. If you extrapolate it, it's trying to go towards Colborne or maybe Belleville or Picton. I have a feeling it's going to turn to the right. We'll see. We'll see what it does. But I'm a pretty good inclination that it's going to turn to the right just based on future radar that I've watched. I'm randomly going to eat crackers and cheese. Is Ottawa going to get something bad? I don't think so. Ottawa's had quite the run from the 2018 EF3 to the derecho, to the some seasons seeing multiple tornadoes in Ottawa. Ottawa's had quite a run. But yeah, I don't know if you're going to get affected by this. We'll see. We will see. Probably not. Rebecca says, trying to watch in Norfolk County, anything? There's a trying to watch along Lake Erie. That's why you're seeing it in Norfolk County, but it's mainly just for Lake Erie. It's not specifically for you. It's the only tornado watch is for some reason not showing up in some other pro, but there's a tornado watch right here. But I have a feeling it's Environment Canada is going to eventually drop that unless some big storms pop out of nowhere. But it looks like most of the risk, the tornado risk for the Niagara region is done. Never say never, but I have a feeling it's pretty much done. So the only tornado risk right now I'm seeing is going to be for Prince Edward County and maybe Belleville, maybe Colborne, Quincy West area. We'll see, because this storm right here is the one we're concerned about. It's only got a 4% tornado risk on it at the moment, but it does have rotation on it, and it is tracking to the northeast. So we'll watch that one closely. Thanks, Elliot. Appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words, bud. Let's see here. 99 says, looks like we're getting quite the cell coming towards Prince Edward County. Maybe a downspout. Yeah. Anthony says, can you play the song Storm Has Passed? I mean, Brennan's got it loaded up so we can just like play it in the background, but yeah, sure, why not? Then I don't actually have to grab my guitar, which means I'm just being lazy, but sure, I'll play it.
Storm has passed. Time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is
should do harmonies on top of it.
It's not too long.
You can just lip sync it.
The harmonies would be way better. Especially for this part, for the chorus, like 3 big long notes. Needs harmonies desperately.
You're gonna sleep
cowbell, says Chris. Yeah, I could see it.
Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing now. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not.
Is there a tornado risk for St. Thomas? I don't think so anymore. There could have been one earlier, but I don't think so. I think it's watering down here.
You got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me,
Kingston's getting into a storm now. It looked a lot more interesting when it was further south, but
where you're from.
now it looks kind of boring. Let's see what it looks like from Franktown.
So love your family, you only get one.
Yeah, it looks pretty boring. Some heavy rain,
Only get
gusty winds. Nothing too exciting. Maybe a little bit of lightning, thunder.
Storm has passed. The time is
Love the app, by the way. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Is Fort Erie okay? I think you're all right. You were definitely in the crosshairs, but the confirmed tornado ended up being south of Buffalo. So, yeah, I think you're doing okay. What we're concerned with right now is this Lake Ontario storm. Someone just sent a report from Cobourg, Ontario, looking south. So they're up here looking south at this. I think they're kind of blocked by this rain here. But this is the storm they're concerned about.
sleep just fine tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight,
It's funny.
tonight.
Max Velocity is now streaming and watching that storm also. Perfect. Excellent. Max is cool. Yeah, there's quite a few... Uh-oh. Is the song going to start again? Or did... Oh, Brennan turned it off. Genius. There's quite a few great streamers in the U.S. Evan Freiberger's awesome. Max Velocity's awesome. Ryan Hall's awesome. There's a whole bunch of them. So it's pretty cool. It's cute when people say that. They go, oh, you're like the Ryan Hall of Canada. And I'm like, well, I mean, we started streaming in 2015 or 2016. It was one of the two. 2015 or 2016 is when we started live streaming events. And I think Ryan started in, Brennan said 2021 or something. So,
Yeah, that's correct.
yeah, I think it's the other way around. Ryan's the Adam of the States. 'Cause we came first. So, ha ha ha. Although his stream is taking it up a notch. We got some pretty cool stuff where, like, it automatically says the tornado warnings and stuff. We should probably add that. It'd be a good idea. But Brennan's usually on the ball with that kind of stuff, so it's okay. Our automated tornado warning voice is just Brennan going, oh, Adam, there's a tornado warning now. And I go, oh, okay. A little more humanized.
Stop goofing around. There's a tornado warning.
Yeah, exactly. The AI is not going to tell me to stop goofing around. Or is Brennan just AI? Maybe this whole time Brennan has just been an AI creation.
Can confirm he's not. I've met him in person.
I thought you were going to confirm he is. That would have been way funnier. Let's see here. Let's see. We'll never know. Yeah, so still rotation. Pretty evident rotation over Lake Ontario. I hope nobody's in a boat right now. That would be bad. Still on the U.S. side. It's about to cross over
Hopefully
to the...
there's no ferries over there.
Yeah. Back to the ferries. Oh, boy. Remember that day of the... Was it Pelee Island? The Kingston storm looks super boring from U.S. radar. It just started looking a lot less boring for Canadian, but it probably noise. Maybe. Hope so. Yeah, we go to tilt 2. If you're ever wondering if there's like noise or second trip interference or side lobe contamination or any of that fun stuff on radar, a great way to figure it out is you go to tilt 2, which is a little bit higher up in the storm, and it's all gone. It's like, probably just contamination. Tilt 3, all gone. Tilt 4, all gone. Back to tilt 1, you're like, something's going on. Is this rotation? Not so much. It's just a mess. That's another thing the Canadian radars need to fix, is all of that second trip interference. I don't know if there's a hardware solution for that. I know they're working on it. Dr. Soul says they're working on it, so. But he says it's a very hard problem to solve. I don't know if you noticed that update that just happened right now, but that rotation just vanished. It just vanished in one frame. So we go from clear rotation to zippity doodah. Yeah, so that's good news. I was going to send a polygon on this one, but I'm like, man, let's see what Lake Ontario does to it. And Lake Ontario just weakened it, so 2% tornado risk on it now, as per machine learning, as you can see. 25% severe wind risk, 2% tornado risk, 33% total severe risk, so that's good. All right. So, check. Just messing with my volumes here. Make sure I don't clip. Okay. So, yeah, that's good news for Lake Ontario. And if that continues to stay weak, then that might be your live stream, folks. And I don't even have to play that song because we just did. Go back to working on Instant Weather Pro and Virtu Weather. Let's go take a look at that storm over Lake Ontario on Virtu Weather. Shall we? Let me know in the comments. Do you want to see 3D storms? Let me know. Nikki says Ryan's been streaming for well over 10 years. It's only the last few years he really blew up. He's been streaming for 10 years? Are you sure about that? I could have sworn he said he's only been streaming since, like, I thought it was 2018, but Brendan said 2021. I'm going to go search on it.
He might have been streaming other stuff, because I believe he did, like, video game streaming and that before he got into weather.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's what they're talking about. Because I'm pretty sure his Wikipedia page says he started doing weather in 2021.
Let's see here. It says Ryan Hall did not post his first weather video on the platform until January 4th, 2021. He live streamed for the first time in early March 2021. Yeah, so maybe he was video game streaming for that, but he did not do weather live streaming until 2021 on YouTube. I know I think he worked for I thought he worked for a news station at one point in time. So maybe he did kind of that stuff. But as far as YouTube is concerned, it says on his Wikipedia that he hasn't done it since he was a meteorologist on live TV. Well, he's not actually a meteorologist. So he's not a certified meteorologist. He went to school and then he ended up leaving, I believe, or something like that. Which is fine. I mean, I'm not a Met. I'm kind of like Ryan. I'm a storm chaser who decided to put that knowledge to use. But yeah, no, but as far as we're talking like live streaming on social media, so live streaming on Facebook or YouTube or any of that kind of stuff, he only started in 2021. Whereas we started doing it in 2015. 2015, 2016, somewhere in there. A few folks are saying, check out that storm in Virtu Weather. Okay, I'll do it right now. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Better get rid of that simulated tornado that we showed earlier. No, let's get rid of that because we don't need that anymore. We don't know if it's confirmed or not. Let's go. Which radar should we use? Jason says, Alberta's about to go off. I'm watching big anvils develop right meow. Right meow. Okay, let's jump over to Virtu Weather and take a look. And I'll take a look at Alberta as well, too. We'll take a peek at it. I thought there was going to be some stuff really far up north. Currently 10 tornado warnings in the U.S. right now. Thanks for that update. Wow. Whoa. Okay, let's jump over to Virtu Weather. Let's go find a radar. Shall we? Where is a radar? Okay, we've got Buffalo to deal with. Which one do we want to... Do we want Buffalo or do we want King? Let's go with Buffalo. U.S. radar is a little bit higher resolution than Canadian radar. U.S. radar is at, what is it? 0.25, so 250 meter intervals. Okay, so let's do this. So origin, hide that, and let's go ahead and make sure severe probability is turned off. Okay, and let's go fly over the water here. And let's see our storms. There we go. So these are the storms that are over Lake Ontario at the moment. Hello. It's so cool to be able to see 3D radar represented like this. I love it. Let's see. I'd like to see the difference between US radar and Canadian right now, because right now we're using K-Buff, which is a pretty good representation of what's happening over Lake Ontario. Let's go take a look at, so that's K-Buff, and let's go take a look at what Canadian radar looks like. So we'll kill K-Buff, and we'll go and load up King City. So CASKR. Let's load that, and let's set the origin there and hide that, and get rid of the probability. 1 sec here. Whee. Oh, okay, and looks much the same. Let's run. There's Scarborough. There's Toronto. Let's go. Let's take a little flight over to Toronto. Got this load up. This is the. We've actually got the inside of Virtu Weather. We have the Google Earth 3D tiles. So, I mean, if I slow down my speed here. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Nick says, "So cool, jealous." Yeah, you'll be able to use this soon. We're about to launch. So I'm going to bring down my movement sensitivity to really, really low, and my mouse sensitivity to low, so we can get some nice smooth panoramas. And let's go fly around like this. So if you want to, like, you know, head over to the CN Tower. Maybe I made my mouse sensitivity a little bit too low. I can't even turn. 1 sec. Let's bring that up a little. Maybe to there. Okay. There we go. So eventually you'll be able to, like, you know, stand on top of the CN Tower. Would be cool. And then maybe go skydiving. Whee! Oh, there's the storm behind. Yes, the storm. Sorry, I forgot. I've always wanted to run around and play inside of Google Earth, and now you can in Virtu Weather, which is pretty cool. And you can also get high quality representations of the weather at the same time, so that's pretty exciting. Now I'm moving way too slow because I can't. Oh, it looks like some lightning in the Kingston area I'm looking at over here. Uh-oh. Looks like my son is on me here. He's knocking on the door. Give me just a moment. 1 second. Okay, give me just a moment. My son needs me for a second, so I will. Give me just a sec. I'll get to an interesting location and look up at it. He only needs me for a minute to help him with something, so I'll be 2 seconds and then I'll be right back. 1 second here. There, that's a cool shot. Cool. I'll be right back. Give me just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. Patton said, Reed just posted confirmed tornado in and around Buffalo. Yeah, there's been some pretty nasty storms down there today. Let's see here. That would have been from earlier. There are, I think you mean near, right now it would probably be more towards Rochester. Buffalo would have been earlier, but there was a confirmed tornado near Buffalo earlier. Yeah, we're just taking a look at the storms in 3D inside of Virtu Weather, which is pretty cool. If you like this kind of stuff, head over to virtuweather.com. We're just about to launch the beta test of this.
Brought up some damage pictures from Western New York that were posted by the New York State Police. I posted
Whoa.
on the page.
Oh my goodness.
There we are.
Whoa. Oh boy. I'm just taking a look at that in the background here. Oh my goodness, yeah. Oof. That was the storms that were just south of Niagara. That's not great. Hopefully everybody stayed safe down there. Georgina said he just announced it. Let's take a look at the Buffalo area. Maybe he's referring to... He must be talking about east of Buffalo. Or maybe south of Buffalo, because there's tornado warning south of Buffalo right now. Maybe that's what he's referring to. Let's see here. Let me just refresh this. Get the latest storm risk data. I would not be surprised. There's so many tornado warnings near Rochester. Look how many tornado warnings there are right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are just southwest and east of Buffalo. And then there's probably tornado warnings elsewhere right now. But yeah, that's just the ones we're watching right here. Holy moly. Keeping a close eye on the storm that's over Lake Ontario. Only down to a 1% tornado risk on it, which is good news. So we'll see what it does as it tracks up here towards Prince Edward County. That's kind of the main concern we have right now. I think overall, the Niagara region is looking pretty much good to go. We do have some storms here to the west. Nothing too exciting. As you can see, if you click on them, you can see the instant weather storm risk is, 0.01, which pretty much means 0, but we put the 0.1 in there just in case. You never know. Sometimes a radar could be down. Sometimes you could have a landspout tornado, which doesn't really show in the classic way that a tornado would be recognized. So there's a lot of those factors that come into play, and that's why we put the 0.01 as a just in case. Because you never say never. I just said it twice. Let's see here. Let's see here. Matt says, that was kind of close to us. Yeah, that was close. I mean, it was just southeast of like Fort Erie in the Niagara region. So it was pretty close. It was pretty close. A little too close. We hope everybody stayed safe. Anthony says, what does the storm look like on Virtu Weather? We just looked at Virtu Weather, Anthony, and I know you were here because you were in the comments. So we just looked at it. Don says tornado touchdown in Batavia area. I'm sure it did. Yeah, we mentioned that a few times. I mean, look at all these storms. They're ridiculous. Let's go back to the Buffalo radar and take a look at all of these storms that are currently under tornado warnings here. Let's refresh that. Look at the hook echo here. Oh my goodness. Right, going across 90 right now near Victor, New York. I mean, that is a beastly looking storm. And what do we at here? 37% tornado risk on that one. 70% damaging wind risk. And then there's this storm up here as well too, which is 8% tornado risk. This is near Williamson. It's got a really strong signature here. Williamson and Sodas, but to cross 104. This is in New York State. So yeah, just southeast of Ontario, we're dealing with multiple tornado warnings, several tornado warnings. Let's go take a look at that storm that went through Kingston area. I want to take a peek at that. It looks interesting up there. Just refresh this and see if we have any new data. No. So only 1% tornado risk on it, but 7% severe risk, 7% severe wind risk. on that one. Where is it going? It's moving to the northeast. Right now it's in Atkinson. It's moving to the northeast towards Sealy Bay and Black Rapids. This is parts of eastern Ontario here, southwest of Brockville. So that might be an interesting storm to keep an eye on, although we don't think the environment up here is that strong, so they should probably weaken as they continue to track that way. We're more interested in the storm that is over Lake Ontario, but it's now down to a 1% tornado risk right now in Instant Weather Pro, so so that's good news. Hopefully it keeps weakening. That strong meso we saw with it earlier has weakened. If you're wondering what all this is, this looks like rotation, but it's just the reason the swipe tool is good, because you can see that you're pretty much outside of the storms where you're seeing that signature. And if the signature was more associated with this storm right here, that's why it's nice to have the swiping back and forth tool, because this is wind and this is rain. Wind, rain, wind, rain. So it's nice to be able to look at both to see exactly what we're dealing with. Matt says he was on 90 a few hours ago, coming back to Toronto after doing a delivery. Oof. So there's that. Yeah, I guess we just have to keep an eye on this storm over Lake Ontario and this storm that's northeast of Kingston, and just to see if anything else decides to pop up down here, which I'm doubtful. There is this storm over here. As you can see, pretty much Zippo risk on this one right now. This is west of London, near Alvinston. But the environment down here is pretty much just, we're pretty much just expecting heavy rain from Beryl. I haven't used the joke yet. It was barreling towards Ontario. I guess I just did, but waiting for the right time. There is no right time to use that joke. So, but yeah, so Beryl is barreling towards Ontario. Lots of rainfall, still more rainfall coming. And yeah, we were expecting a tornado risk near Buffalo and Niagara, which obviously it manifested itself because we did have a confirmed tornado southwest of Buffalo earlier. And now we are watching to see if there are any more pop-ups that are going to head towards Niagara, and I am quite doubtful. I am doubtful. So we'll see. This is the exact question. Local Hound says, why is Niagara still under a tornado watch? Are we in for another storm later? I don't think so. I think Environment Canada is just waiting it out. And kind of like we are sitting here watching the live stream, they're just kind of waiting it out to see if anything else pops up. And if nothing else pops up, they're probably going to kill these tornado watches, I would assume. Rosanna's talking about Leamington. Leamington's fine. You're good. Nothing's going on in Leamington. Maybe some rain. Maybe a little bit more rain. I know you've had lots of rain today. And so flooding is the main risk with these storms. And of course, we did have some tornado potential here. That's why Environment Canada issued a tornado watch for parts of eastern Lake Erie. And that's why there's a giant tornado watch in the U.S. that goes all the way down to Pennsylvania, all the way over here to parts of New York, all the way up to Vermont, all the way back along basically the international border. But the most of the risk is stateside. And by most, I mean all. Except for maybe this storm. But this storm continues to show weaker values. Let me just refresh and see if we can get some new storm risk values on that one. Yeah, it's 1% tornado risk on that one. 20% severe wind risk, but I think that's probably going to taper off as it tracks towards Prince Edward County. And you can see it starting to turn to the right, because remember it was heading up towards Colborne, but look, you can see just as expected, we were like, I think this storm's going to turn to the right. Let's animate this and see which way it went. It's trying to push to the east. It's still going kind of northeast. But it's trying to push to the east, probably towards Prince Edward County like we expected. Yeah, that last frame really pushes it east. So we'll see. So that's what's happening at the moment. Rosanna says, you rock, Adam. Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Melanie says, should I leave in Muirkirk? I don't understand your question. What do you mean? I also don't know where that is. Oh boy. Oh yes, I still have cheese and crackers. I forgot about that. What are you eating right now? Let me know. What are you having for lunch? Tree says I got Tim Hortons, LOL. Crystal says a freezy. Broken AC sucks. Yeah, that does suck. Melanie says tornado warning in Muirkirk and Chatham. There's no tornado warning in Ontario right now. I think you're maybe thinking about the tornado watch, but that's only to the east of you, and that's only for on Lake Erie. So yeah, there's no tornado risk right now in Chatham. Rex says, how does Ryan only have 25,000 subs? Hit that like and sub button. I think you're referring to me as Ryan. My name's Adam, by the way. I'm not Ryan. But yeah, I think we're at 26,000 likes or something like that. But yeah, if you're watching the stream, if you could like and subscribe, that'd be great. It's free and it helps the channel grow, so I'd appreciate that. Let's go. Matt says I had Popeyes for lunch. Nice. Love that chicken from Popeye. Catchy tune. Leftover steak, says Melissa. Cool. Esri, I got chops. Nice. Chocolate croissant. That's a nice lunch. Oh, chips. I see. It's been a long day. It's all good. Melanie means the UK. Oh, Chatham in the UK? There's a tornado warning in the UK right now? Really? I'm talking about Ontario. Melanie says, I mean Ontario. I don't think she's talking about the UK. Quack says, anything to worry about, Friendsville? Nah. Maybe a little bit of flooding. Rex says, sorry, Adam, new guy. That's all good. I appreciate you telling everybody to like and subscribe, though. It's very kind of you. Chris says, Mom says Prince Edward County is clear of rain now. Yeah, now. We're worried more about this storm coming up for Prince Edward County, but I'm worrying less and less about it as time goes on. Love that chicken with my face. I've never had Popeye's chicken. I just like the song.
You've never had it?
No, I've never had it. I've never had Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A was always confusing to me because there's this weird drive-through thing, and I was just confused before I even got there. So I'm like, I'm just gonna not.
I guess I've never experienced that because it's in Toronto, so no.
Yeah, if you have to walk in, that's a different story. But here in Barrie, there's a drive-through, but then it's very convoluted how you're supposed to get through it. And they're supposed to they come up to the car or something. They take your order at the window of your car. I don't know. I'm always look at it and it's daunting and confusing, and then I just go to Wendy's.
Are you going to the right place?
Yeah, there's a Chick-fil-A in Barrie at the Georgia Mall, and I'm just like confused by it. I'm confused before I even get
That
there.
sounds confusing.
It is.
Sounds like Sonic.
I'll like
As in,
vlog
like,
it one
the
day or
US.
something. I'll like record my experience and go through it because it looks weird.
Live streaming content.
Live stream.
Yeah, like if someone just said, "LOL," someone order Popeyes for Adam. Like you could just order it on DoorDash.
No. Popeyes
and then you
isn't the hard one.
But
I'm talking about
Chick-fil-A you can order on DoorDash too. And then you skip the whole
I've ordered neither.
drive-through.
See, Trees and Stuff says, I'm confused by that same Chick-fil-A because it definitely looks weird. It's a weird drive-through. It's almost like it's like you have to go through an obstacle course just to get to the window. I don't know. It's very strange. It's very strange. So I've just always avoided it. By the way, I just saw somebody post the Environment Canada's forecast for Alberta on Thursday. Tomorrow. They're going orange. They're going high risk tomorrow. I'm going to pull that up here. Give me a sec. I like the song, though. The song makes me want to eat their chicken.
I think you'd really like it.
Probably. Oh, boy. Yeah, Calgary in the high risk. Oh, they did not do the Slinky. No Slinky. But they went...
No Slinky.
No Slinky, but they have A, B, C, D, and E. And in E, it says 110 to 130 kilometer winds, 3 to 6 centimeter hail, and 50 millimeters of rain for Medicine Hat and Calgary. Whoa. I think it's going to be a big hail day tomorrow. And 110 to 130. Have you ever seen winds that high in Environment Canada forecast? I've never seen up to 130
what
ever.
Was it?
110 to 130 ever. Whoa. Okay, I'm going to download this image and bring it up on the stream here. One sec.
Maybe it's the D word time.
No. I don't think it's that. I just think they're... I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me see here. I'm going to bring it up on the stream. One sec. Add overlay. This one. Okay. 1 second here. It's uploading. And we'll take a look at the Alberta risk or the prairie risk for tomorrow. Look at this. So they've got yellow everywhere. Swift Current, Regina, and maybe a bit of Yorkton, all the way up to Yorkton, is in C, which is 90 to 110 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 1 to 2 centimeter hail, 10 to 20 millimeters of rain. Then over here in E, if you look at the Calgary area, Calgary and Medicine Hat, 110 to 130 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 3 to 6 centimeter hail. No tornado risk. I'm surprised with those parameters that they don't think there's a tornado risk, but obviously there's a reason. That's interesting. Wow. Brendan, can you post that to our Alberta pages when you get a chance? If you can. Pretty, please.
Yep.
Pretty, please. Still watching these storms over Lake Ontario. I'm not super optimistic that they're going to be dangerous for Prince Edward County, but stranger things have happened. That storm that's northeast of Kingston seems to be continuing to look about the same, going through Sealy Bay now, but it doesn't look that strong. And as you can see from our instant weather storm risk, total severe risk is only 3% on that storm. I love the fact that it's built right in now. Isn't that great? So great. I used to have to go double check it and then come back and then check it and then come back, and now it's built right in. So we just have to get it to refresh automatically. Every time there's new data, it'll refresh automatically. And then as soon as that's finished, which should be done today, then we can push it out to everybody who has Instant Weather Pro. Probably want to put some sort of disclaimer on it. Should we work on the disclaimer while we're on the live stream? Disclaimer. This is not perfect. Please don't assume that it is. Is that the disclaimer? Is that good? Is that good enough? That's legal, isn't it?
Adam, don't brainstorm all of our business ideas on the live stream.
But we were just doing it earlier. That's a perfect time. We're here.
That's what I'm saying.
Like trying to get us together for a meeting never happens, so we'll just do it on the live stream.
Yeah. Everyone's subjected to our business meetings on the live stream.
Mm-hmm. and me eating cheese and crackers. You couldn't get any more internal. Trying to be as transparent as possible. Big group meeting for all of us, says Ms. Esri. Noel says St. Thomas is going to be at risk later today. I don't think so. Maybe for some heavy rain, maybe. Matt says, I hope the Calgarians aren't wearing their 20-gallon cowboy hats tomorrow. When is the Stampede, by the way?
I think it's still going.
It's currently on.
It's on right now, and they're having like big time. People said it's not the Stampede unless there's monster hail falling or something like that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Well, that changed a bit. 30% severe wind risk on that storm over Lake Ontario. That did change a little bit. And you can see, we thought it was going up towards Cobourg, but it is turning to the right, as expected. Turning to the right. That's why when you look at that future radar from certain apps, like we mentioned before from the Weather Network, they're just taking the motion of the storm and continuing it, which means, in these frames right here, they're going to take that motion and continue it right into Cobourg, whereas actually storms decide to shift at times, and this one's turning to the right. So now it's heading more towards maybe Belleville and Prince Edward County, so we'll see. But Belleville might see the storm here. It looks like a little baby bookend vortex, actually, kind of just a little something going on. Only 67-kilometer-an-hour winds on radar right now with that storm, so we'll see what it does as it continues to track east-northeast. But yeah, quite the risk for Calgary tomorrow. Oh boy. I think we're going to need to do a prairie live stream tomorrow, I would think, with a risk like that. What's tomorrow? Thursday? July 11th tomorrow? All right. All right. 99 says, off to work. Thanks for the show, Adam. You're very welcome. Thanks so much for tuning in. Appreciate it. Jim coming at the super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. I saw super chat earlier. I'm not sure if anybody highlighted it. I don't know where it is. I'm going to scroll up for a while. I think we totally missed it. Let me see if I can find it.
There were two of them.
Did we mention them?
No, but if you actually go to
Starred.
at the top, go to Starred. Yeah.
You're right. Aha. Sorry, there was that one. Amber Roblox YT said that's where one of my auntie lives. Thank you so much for the super chat. Very kind of you, Amber. Yes, I forgot about that. That's right. Jim says, how do I post photos to your page? Jim, if you're on Facebook, we have a great reporting group in Ontario. If that's where you are, I'm not sure if you're in Ontario or not, but if you're in Ontario, we have Ontario Storm Reports. That's the best place to send it. If you are not on Facebook, if you're on Twitter/X, then you can tag us in it, which is at iWeatherON, or if you just search for Instant Weather. And if you are in a different province, we have Alberta Storm Reports on Facebook. We have Saskatchewan Storm Reports on Facebook. We have Manitoba Storm Reports on Facebook. We have Atlantic Canada Storm Reports on Facebook. The only one we're missing Quebec, and we're missing British Columbia. So we need to probably create groups for those as well. But if you're in any of those areas, you can post to those reporting groups that are growing quite quickly. And that's a great place. And if you're on none of the things I mentioned, then you can always send us a report at help@instantweather.ca. But please limit those reports to something critical. We don't want to fill up our inbox with like, it's raining. I mean, we can figure out if it's raining. But if you see something like a funnel cloud or a tornado, or you have significant wind damage or significant hail damage or very large hailstones or any of those, or significant flooding, anything significant. Oh, it lives in Belleville. Okay, perfect. Anything, like if you see something that you think maybe looks like a funnel cloud or maybe it's scud, feel free to send that in. But if you're like, you just want to send us a report that it's raining or that there's lightning and thunder, please don't fill up our inbox with those things. We can figure those things out. But those are great reports to put on our reporting page. So if you go to, again, facebook.com/groups/Ontario Storm Reports, that's the best place to send that stuff in. Alexandre says, I just subscribed to upgrade the radar. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Now, which one did you subscribe to? Did you subscribe to the where it's remove the ads and upgrade the future radar to 5 hours? Or did you upgrade to Instant Weather Pro through instantweatherpro.com? Let us know. Amy says, are tornadoes more likely at night or during the day? More likely during the day because of daytime heating. In rare cases, if the environment is super duper duper strong, you can have tornadoes at night. Very rare that it happens here in Ontario. But we have had, like, Leamington had a tornado one time at like 2 in the morning or something. 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, I think. So it can happen. It's just fairly rare. Actually, it's extremely rare in Ontario. So mostly during the prime time is about 5 p.m. But mostly during the afternoon. Like the Barrie tornado that happened in 2021, that was like 2:30-ish in the afternoon. Lots of Pyro says that Leamington tornado was rough. Yeah, it was an EF1 in the middle of the night. That's horrifying. Oh, the 5-hour one, says Alexander. Awesome, cool, nice. Griffin says, any chance of tornadic cells along the St. Lawrence Valley? Maybe. I'm doubtful, just because I feel like most of the action is kind of tracking more straight to the east into New York State, etc. So I'm quite doubtful that we're going to see anything tornadic in Ontario. I think we pretty much just missed a bullet because you can see that there was obviously confirmed tornadoes near Buffalo, and there's just look how many tornado warnings there are in the States right now. There's just a boatload of tornado warnings east of Buffalo. I hope everybody in New York State is staying safe with these storms. They look pretty intense. There's tons of tornado warnings right now in the U.S. 37% tornado risk on that one right here. Southeast of KTYX radar. Yeah, so there's quite a few dangerous storms that are southeast of Ontario at the moment. I'm still trying to track this one over Lake Ontario. 1% tornado risk, 37% damaging wind risk on it, though. So it's worth tracking that one as it heads towards maybe Prince Edward County, maybe towards Kingston. Maybe. We'll see what it does. Give us 1 sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Brandon jumped in there pretty quick. If I'm going to be gone longer than that, I'll let you know. But it was just a few seconds. I thought I heard a knock at the door. It's just somebody banging on the floor upstairs. Let's see here. Alex said the Barrie tornado started at 2:18. And at 2:30, you received alerts on your phones? Are you sure about that? Let's go look historically right now, shall we? Okay. We'll go to King City. Let me make Instant Weather Pro full screen here. 1 sec. Okay. Let's take a look at this here. So I'll go to King City. We'll go back to July 15th. By the way, July 15th coming up looks actually severe. We'll take a look at that. Let's go back here. So let's go to, on Instant Weather Pro, you can go all the way back to 2021 in Canada. So let's go to, 2021. July 15th, 2021, I'll go to 2:45 so we can go back in time. And let's go take a look at the Barrie tornado. So here we are at the Barrie tornado. Let's go back a few frames and I'll tell you exactly when it started. So it touched down just east of the 400, right? So this is 224. And this is 230, the 230 scan. And so right at about 230, it started to spin up in the south end of Barrie. And here's the 236 scan, which is as it's causing damage going through going through kind of the Prince William Way area. So at 2:36 it was occurring, and then I believe the tornado warning didn't come out until about 2:38, if I'm correct. We did a whole big survey on it and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, so the tornado didn't start based on the data until at least 2:30, maybe slightly after. We sent a rotation detected notification right at 2:30. And I believe the tornado warning didn't come out until about 2:38 on that particular storm. So this is just the historical Barrie tornado data right here. We were live streaming during it as well too, so we can go back to the live stream and see exactly what time it was. But I remember when it touched down because the lights flickered. I'm in Barrie, so I'm in the northeast end of Barrie, but the lights flickered when that happened. So I knew like it was taking out power lines at that exact time. So yeah. But I'm pretty sure the tornado warning didn't come out until 2:38. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2:38 is when it was issued, and people didn't get it on their phones until about 2:39 or 2:40, based on our survey, which is pretty much just after the tornado passed. So that was an unfortunate one where the tornado warning came out too late. There's a few folks that said, my roof ripped off, and then I got the alarm on my phone, and that's not great. But a lot of those folks got the rotation notification from us, so they were already in the basement. So we were able to give a good heads up on that one. Smith said, we're discussing the 2015 Barrie tornado. I think you mean the 2021. This is the 2021 Barrie tornado we're talking about. We're just in historical mode right now in Instant Weather Pro. So let's cut that off, go back to today. Today looks nice and boring for Barrie, which is great. Let's go back to the storm over Lake Ontario. This is the one we're keeping a close eye on as it heads towards Prince Edward County. And let's see what it's doing right now. So only a 1% tornado risk on it, 16% damaging wind risk on it. There's mainly going to be a wind risk for the Picton area as that storm heads up. Looks like it's really trying to get towards to Picton. I'm going to go take a look at the environment because I have a feeling like it's going to continue to weaken as well. Yeah, Melanie says, thanks for the heads up on Monday. Is Monday the 15th? 5 days from now? Yeah, I guess it is. It is the 15th, yeah. Yeah, it's been looking strong for a while. So I'm a little bit concerned with it that it might be a big day. And as we know, July 15th can be a big day at times. Let me take a look at the environment in the background here. Give me a second. Yeah, there is supercell up there. It's not a crappy environment up there. So yeah, there is a little bit of severe risk for don't think there's any significant tornado risk now. There's definitely not tornado risk, but there's a little bit of damaging wind risk on this storm as it heads towards Picton. I think I'm going to create a polygon. It's been a while since I've created a polygon.
Adam, are you forgetting something?
Probably. Oh.
There you go.
That was the most gentle yell I've ever seen. Okay, let's see here. I've ever heard. I guess heard would be a better term. I just want to keep an eye on this. I feel like I should make a little severe potential polygon. The severe wind risk has gone down on the latest data. Is it trying to weaken? I don't know. It's kind of hanging together. I think I want to make a polygon. I'm going to do a severe thunderstorm potential for like Quinte West, Belleville, Picton. Might as well. Let's see here. Oh, Brennan, isn't it so much better that we have the Facebook login again? It's fantastic. Although it's taking its time.
You can only use it.
Oh, yeah. I got to add you so you can use it. I don't know why it's only developer based. That's annoying. Okay, I'll get it so you can use it as well. Let's see here. Where's that storm? I see it here. Okay. Let's do a little polygon through Prince Edward County. Up here. Down toward there. You can't see what I'm doing, but it's in the background, so it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm going to go Severe thunderstorm potential. We're carefully monitoring the storm that is located on Lake Ontario, tracking to the northeast towards Prince Edward County. It may, I don't see that. Okay. And the timing here is 3:09. Okay. That's the only storm we're concerned with at the moment. I'm going to go 3:10 because that's going to be in just a few seconds. So I want to make sure it comes in right. I'll wait my 10 seconds to send this. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sending. I hope I had the right date on that. Wednesday, July 10th. Hooray. I posted something this morning. I was so tired. I put Wednesday, July 7th. And then I was like, oh no. And I tried to edit as fast as I can. And there was already like 3 comments like, you mean the 10th, right? Yeah, sorry. All right. I sent that notification out. Let me know if you received it, if you're in that area. If you're in the Belleville area. Mm-hmm. Alex, talking about the 2021 Barrie tornado again, said, this could be a case. Time was last thing I worry about that time. But alarm came right after it passed us. Hence, at 2018, we had a hail followed by power loss. Oh, okay. Yeah, we did a whole survey on it. If you actually Google, Barrie tornado survey, we have a whole article about it. Like, we targeted to our Barrie followers. We notified our Barrie followers about the survey, and I think we had like 1,400 or 1,500 people from Barrie fill out the survey. And I think it was something really small, like only 2 people that had significant damage got the tornado warning before it happened. So they must have been on the very, very east side of the south end. And so they got the tornado warning. Sorry, they didn't get it before. They got it as it was happening or something like that. Anyways, if you search for it, just Google Barrie tornado survey, and we did a whole article on it. Holly said received. Thank you. Paula said got it. Selena said got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. You can see my polygon here that I just created. Severe thunderstorm potential. You can also see the instant weather storm risk. 16% chance of severe wind risk on that storm as it heads towards Prince Edward County. So we wanted to give those folks a heads up. Let's take a look at the storm that's west of Brockville. Still has the exact same shape. It's only a 4% severe risk on this one. Nothing too exciting on wind velocity radar. So yeah, we'll continue to watch that one, but that one's pretty boring. Lucky we don't have what's going on down here in the States right now. Oh my goodness, there's a tornado warning bonanza down here at the moment. I hope everybody down here in New York State is staying safe because it looks quite nasty at the moment. Oh boy. Yeah, so I think we'll continue to watch this storm as it tracks towards Prince Edward County. Keep an eye on that storm west of Brockville, but it seems like it's pretty boring. I'm trying to keep an eye down here, but nothing's too exciting. And Niagara. I think Niagara's pretty much out of the woods. Can't say that for sure. We're not saying they're out of the woods, but they're out of the woods. Wow, I still can't believe. The PASPC is calling for up to 80 mile per hour winds and tennis ball hail for Calgary tomorrow. Calgary and Medicine Hat area. Wow. Should probably do up a map for that one. Be a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you want to do that, Elena?
Yeah, I can start one tonight.
Okay. It's cool.
Probably wait till some later data comes in.
All good. Yeah, tennis ball and 80 mile per hour is ridiculous, which is, they said 110 to 130 kilometers an hour. I've never seen a forecast from Environment Canada say 130. Like, usually, like, always just cap off at like 110 or 120, but 130. Whoa. Whoa. That's not great. Yeah, Brennan, you said that severe thunderstorm watch didn't show up on the map either, right? Okay, I'm gonna grab those the raw data from that and send it to Dev here because something's a little messy. Something's a little screwy. Looks like some severe thunderstorm watches have ended for Ontario. Simcoe, Delhi, Norfolk, Dunville, Caledonia, Haldimand, St. Catharines, Grimsby, Northern Niagara region. That whole severe thunderstorm watch ended. But when was it issued? Where are you? Come back. Come back. Go find the tornado watches, and then I'll be able to find it. There we go. I found it. Okay. Yeah, that one didn't work at all. Okay. 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 I sent that to Dev. All right. Again, our thoughts are with those who are in. What? Jim, did you just send another super chat? Thank you very much. You didn't have to do that, but appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Yeah, I hope our folks south of the border are doing okay. Lots of tornado warnings down there. We're continuing to watch this storm over Lake Ontario, tracking towards Prince Edward County. Is kind of our main concern at the moment. Something interesting is going on down here with velocity. What's going on there? Let's try from KTYX. Doesn't give us a good look at it. This is a tricky spot. It's right in the middle of all these different radars. That's interesting. That's pretty far away, though. Let's try Buffalo. Yeah, Buffalo's got some interesting signatures going on right now. Let's go to tilt 2. Tilt 3. Huh. I don't like the look of that. It's got really high values, but it's really far away from the radar, too. 126 kilometers an hour, 108, 106. I don't like the look of that. What's it going to be closer to when it hits? Probably KTYX. Where's it going to hit? It's going to hit right here. And who's got the closest radar? They're all far away. Should we measure? Let's measure. I'm going to go to single mode here, and I'm going to measure. Who's got the closest? Who's got the closest to... If it's going to hit right here at Consacon. Then who's got the closest radar? We're going to find out right now. Oh, it's much easier. Just click on where you want to see and drag it to the radar. So if we go to Buffalo is 148 kilometers away. King is 161. KTYX is 148. So what was Buffalo again? 146? 147? 148. So Buffalo is actually the slightly closer version. And then how far away is... one second here. How far away is Franktown? 147. So they're all equally crap. Great. They're all equally as far away from each other, which means it's not a great spot. It'd be nice to have a radar in between all these to see what's going on. Machine learning says 0.01% risk for a tornado on the storm. But it doesn't have the greatest data because all the radars are so far away. So let's go back to a split mode and let's do some swiping. Looks pretty boring on King. It's right in between area of noise there. I think our best bet is to look at K-Buff. It's still got some really strong values. Not seeing anything super strong rotation-wise. So yeah, I think it is still probably just a wind risk. Mr. Wonderful says KTYX is closest once it hits land. Yeah, once it starts to move just east of that point, then KTYX is probably the radar to watch. I would think. There's some pretty grumpy people in the comments here. Lofty is getting the boot. Bye-bye. Had enough of that. Frogzilla says, I wonder how good you'd be at the new Outbreak storm chasing game. I've put a few hours into it. It's my friends at Mark and Jean-Francois at Quebec Vortex that created it. And I put a few hours into it, and there was times where I did pretty good, and there was times where I sucked. So the times I sucked was I'm on a storm that looks kind of okay, and then the storm to the north starts to rotate really strong, so I try to drive to that storm, and just as I get to that storm, the storm I was on starts producing a tornado, and then so I start to make my way back down, and then the same thing happens, and that's sometimes you got to stick with your target. So yeah. I've done pretty good at it, but I've also been terrible at it at times. But other times I like nailed the right storm. And actually, one time I wanted to see what happens if you get hit by a tornado in Outbreak. So there was like a monster tornado on the ground, and I let it run me over. And just as it got to me, and it started to come over the car, all of a sudden the screen went black, and it said, "You are dead." I was like, I guess I'm dead now. Okay. I thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting game. You want to check it out? It's called Outbreak, OUTBRK, by our friends from Quebec Vortex. Pretty cool. It's I think it's like $45 on Steam, and yeah, it's on Steam, and it's pretty. I enjoyed it a lot. It's like an arcade chaser. So they kind of create what looks like a county. It's a pretty big map, but it's supposed to be like, it's supposed to be like a county in Oklahoma. It's like simulating like a Oklahoma county. Frogzilla says, I hear it cooks your GPU. It depends on what settings you have it on. I've got a pretty beastly a GPU right now, so it ran fine for me, but I've got the monster GPU you can get. So anyways, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. We're gonna actually add a storm chasing element to Virtu Weather, and so you'll be able to chase storms in Virtu Weather in real time. So that's gonna be pretty cool, but that'll be a little bit different because you actually be able to chase real storms as opposed to an arena chaser. But the arena chaser is so much fun. It was a lot of fun. It was really interesting to see. I'm gonna want to go take a look at this. Speaking of Virtu Weather, let's go look at this storm that's about to head towards Prince Edward County. Let's go take a look at it in Virtu Weather, shall we? Let's see here. Okay. Where did Virtu Weather go? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see if it'll show up. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's go and I have to turn my speed up here because I've got it really low. So let's move up my movement sensitivity so I can go fly around. Aha! Okay, so let's get rid of this radar data that we have on here. And let's go fly over to Prince Edward County. Cool. Now, what are we going to click on? Which radar are we going to choose? Let's choose K-Buff, I guess. Oh, no, we decided that KTYX is probably the best. So KTYX, load the latest. Set origin as well. Okay, and hide. And then there we go. There are our storms. I'm going to get rid of probability here. Okay. And let's go down and see our storm right here. Here it is. So this is our storm right now that is heading towards Prince Edward County in real time. Excuse me. And heading towards Consacon, Carrying Place, Trenton, Hillier, Wellington, maybe towards the Picton area. The strongest part of the storm right now is the part that's over the water, right here. All right here over the water. That is the strongest part at the moment. And it's heading, again, right towards Consacon, Hillier, and maybe towards Hallowell and Bloomfield. And it's hard to say if Belleville and Quincy West are going to be affected by it, but it's not entirely out of the question. Let's go fly through the storm. There we go. Not a lot of lightning on the storm right now. I'm not seeing any significant lightning at the moment. So basically just a wind risk on that one. Just a marginal wind risk. We did send out a polygon. Severe thunderstorm potential on that one. We are watching that closely, but yeah, that is your storm right there. That is heading towards, we've been watching this all the way over Lake Ontario. And that is heading towards Prince Edward County at the moment. And this is in Virtu Weather, by the way. So if you think this is interesting. Oh, Sylvan says, what's my GPU? I have a 4090. So I've got the beast. I've got an i5 13600K. So my CPU isn't like the greatest. It's a decent generation of CPU. But I've got a 4090 because I have to run Virtu Weather and like 9 monitors at the same time while I'm live streaming. And I don't know if you remember our earlier live streams when I had a 3070 and I had an old, what did I have? It was an i5, the heck was it? 9770K, overclocked. And if you remember on the live streams, things would get pretty choppy. So I was just pushing that. I was pushing that computer just a little too hard for what we're trying to do here. So I ended up going for the beast GPU of the 4090. But as you can tell, it works pretty darn good, especially for Virtu Weather here. Works pretty sweet. So yeah, so that is that storm right now in real time. Interesting. So that is the storm heading over to Prince Edward County. We're watching it closely in Virtu Weather. If you'd like to find out more about Virtu Weather, you can sign up on our website, which you can head over to virtuweather.com. And yeah, let me know what you think of the 3D weather there. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, the storm chasing game that we want to do is, Crystal says, oh, you upgraded. Oh, yeah, for sure. Envirimo says, would love to see a BTS shot of 9 monitors. Okay, let's tell you how many there are. So they're not all monitors. So this is a 32-inch LCD TV that I use as a monitor. This is a 24-inch computer monitor. This is a MacBook, an old MacBook Pro that I'm running. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then I have my main monitor, which is a BenQ Zowie for gaming purposes. And then and that's a 24-inch. Then I've got an old 40-inch LCD I'm using as a monitor over here. An old Sony Bravia 40-inch. That used to be a TV, but we moved it down here. And then I've got my iPad, my phone. And so that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then I have the monitor that comes off the camera, which is 8. And then I have the weather station. You can consider that a monitor, which is 9. And I guess that's 9. And then I have a screen on my watch. Does that count? That's 10? I don't know. So it's not 9 monitors, but it's a lot of screen real estate. There's screens all around me. I'd like to put the TV up there and then I have another monitor I'm not using, put it here. So I could have like the 3 nice monitors here, and then have the TV up there. And then I think that'll be a little bit cleaner instead of having this, always having to look over this TV here.
So then maybe you can finally keep the Cheen chat up all the time.
Do I not have it up? Oh, I don't. I have it up normally on the MacBook, but I didn't put it on. That's okay.
Normally. Half the time you don't.
Half the time I don't. Yeah, that's all good. Let's see here. Scrolling through the comments. Yeah, if you think 3D weather's cool, then head over to virtuweather.com and sign up with your email, and we'll let you know when the Virtu Weather beta test is ready. It's really close. I'm using it all the time. Obviously, it works great. So can't wait to let everybody use this. I mean, it works great on a 4090. It might not work great on super weak computers. It's more, you probably need a relatively decent gaming computer to be able to handle it. But we can also do cloud streaming with it too. So we can actually use a powerful computer that's running in the cloud, and then you can just use it as a website, and it'll pretty much run on anything. So we're working on trying to figure out how to price that out and all that kind of stuff. So we're working on it. We're slowly but surely working on it. So we'll get there. Well, let's go back to Instant Weather Pro here and see if we have new data on that storm. It looks like it's weakening. Hey, there we go. 4% total severe risk, 2% severe wind risk, and only 0.01% tornado risk now on that storm that's heading into Quinte West and Belleville and parts of Prince Edward County. So that's good news. I would say that's pretty darn good news. That storm is weakening. There's a storm as well just south of Picton. Where did that one come from? Oh, I see. It's kind of moved up from the south. And yeah, and you can see it's a 5% severe wind risk on that one as well too. So yeah, so there's a tiny little bit of wind risk for Picton area, but when we do the severe thunderstorm potential polygon, we're usually like, there's a little bit of potential. If things are really strong, we would go orange and say like damage and wind risk or damage and hail risk or whatever it happened to be, rotation detected. But for the most part, I think, I think most of these storms are pretty boring, which is great. Which is pretty great, other than the fact that the folks that we know down in New York State are not doing so well because there's multiple tornado warnings down there and super dangerous storms. 49% tornado risk on that one down there. Northwest of Auburn, New York. That looks pretty darn grumpy down there. So hopefully everybody is staying safe down there. In the States, where we get about roughly 1,200 tornadoes per year, it's pretty rough down there at times. So yeah. But I think the fact that that's weakening as it heads towards Prince Edward County is making me think that that's probably it for the live stream, I think. I think that's probably going to be the stream. So we'll continue to watch that storm as it tracks towards Kingston. I think for the most part, they are staying pretty weak. They should hopefully stay non-severe. There's no watches or warnings from Environment Canada on these at all right now. That could change, and if that does, of course, if you have our free app, then you get notified of that change. And you can get our free app at instantweatherapp.com. I'll bring up a little banner here. instantweatherapp.com. You can download our free app. Please do. You'll get notified if anything is substantial. Let's see here. Dottie K says, Adam, not enough toys. You need retail therapy. Let's see here. Carrie says, is Fort Erie clear for the day now? I think so. Bobby says, Instant Weather is my go-to weather app. Love the accuracy of the weather. Thank you so much, Bobby. Appreciate it. Bobby Lynn, thank you kindly. Thank you, Carrie. She said I sent in a video into Ontario Storm Reports, and I can actually see it right beside my head here on the stream. It's right there. So thank you for sending that in. You were at Crystal Beach overlooking Lake Erie. Yeah. I can't. You're asking if it was a funnel cloud. Let me just zoom it in and see if I can see it. Maybe back there. I see what you're talking about right in the middle of the screen. Yeah. Yeah, that might have been a funnel cloud, and there was a confirmed tornado on that storm. So it's very possible it was. Very, very possible. But yeah, I think it looks like for the most part, Niagara dodged a bullet today, as there was confirmed tornadoes just south that did damage just south of Niagara. So There's still some little pop-up storms happening here, but I think they're tracking to the northeast. Anything that comes towards Niagara, you can see it dying here. Like, watch that little cell right here die. Yeah, so all of the activity seems to be going to the northeast. I think you're pretty good. If something drastically changes and we see a big, strong storm head towards Niagara, which is incredibly unlikely, if that does happen, maybe we'll jump back on the stream. But for now, I think that's probably it for the live stream, I think. Just because it looks like these storms that are heading towards Prince Edward County are staying pretty weak. Let me just refresh, see if we have any new data on those. Yeah, the ones to the south are getting even weaker, and this one is down to a 1% wind risk right now, so probably going to scrap that. I'll leave that polygon just because this is kind of in between all these different radars, so it's hard to tell what's actually happening at the surface, so I'll leave that polygon until that storm decides to fizzle out. But besides that, I think things are getting pretty boring, which is good. There's this one over here in Eastern Ontario. As you can see, the storm risks are all pretty much, they're all at the unlikely level. We should probably just change that to the word unlikely. But yeah, I think that's probably it for the live stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you for, Livy says, no. Shelby says, music time. Livy says, don't go. All right, I'll sing harmonies over my song.
They're gonna hold you here hostage
until I play the music. I'm gonna play. We've got my song on the thing. I'll crank it up to full, and I'll play that song, and then I'll sing harmonies over. Okay, here we go. Should work.
Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long till you rest your head.
I don't want to mess these harmonies up. Oh, noise canceling. Well, I'm not playing guitar. Nah, I'm trying to think of a good harmony for that. It's tricky. Noise canceling.
You're gonna sleep just fine tonight.
So wait, is the noise canceling like ruining my harmonies?
Thunder's gone. Rain
All right, I turned it off.
coming down. If you look up to the sky, you
Just in time for my dog to start barking.
things are clearing out.
Oh, is there a 1 second delay?
Wanna be okay, even when it's not.
It's out of sync. No.
Storms pass eventually.
Oh yeah.
You have a lot.
I know why.
You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me,
I'd have to actually sing before I sing.
loving home, where you're
Should be
from.
tricky.
You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one.
Is this cheating because I'm not actually playing the song? Start 1 second earlier.
Has passed. The time is now to go to
Let's just to make up for it, you need to grab your guitar for us.
you can do it
Aw.
somehow.
All right.
Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long.
Let's pretend.
Till you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine.
Environmental asked about Discord. We're not going to launch it yet. We're still working on it. It might be a while. We'll see. We'll see.
Gonna sleep just fine tonight.
Air guitar and air vocals.
Gonna sleep just fine
We'll be live for Alberta tomorrow. I think so.
tonight.
Oh, I think so. Excuse me.
tonight.
There. I kind of played a song, didn't I? No, I didn't at all. Uh-oh, I better stop it before it loops. Or does it just automatically stop? Or did Brennan stop it? I don't know.
I stopped it.
Ah, of course Brennan stopped it.
I'm becoming a pro at that.
It's all good. Thank you for that. All right. The song's putting Adam to sleep. I know it is. It's like almost like a lullaby, isn't it?
Although, to be fair, how much sleep did you really get?
Not much.
Probably
I was
not
up every
much.
few hours. I went to bed at like 1, and then I set my alarm for like 2. And then I looked and I was like, okay, the rotation's weak. And then I went to bed and set my alarm for 3. And then set my alarm for 6. And then I was like, up.
I'm surprised you didn't dream about rotation.
I did. When I'm in that mode where I'm like, I got to check radar, then I just dream about checking radar and it being like really bad. And then I wake up and go, oh no. And I check radar and I'm like, okay, it's not so bad. At one time I had a dream. This is before we had all the automated systems in. I've told the story before, I think. But one time I had a dream that I missed because I was like, oh, I got to check on Manitoba. And I fell asleep. And then I woke up and I had a dream that I missed a tornado going through Winnipeg. And I woke up and I checked. And there was a funnel cloud report from Winnipeg like an hour before that and a tornado warning. And I missed posting it because we posted everything by hand back then. And I was like, okay, we need to build a system to automatically post warnings. So, yeah. So definitely that was one of those moments. Let's see here. Brenda says, we were just driving from Stratford back to London and just lots of rain in different spots, but back here in London, it's stopped. Okay, good. Crystal, I've already banned them.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Don't
The
you
first
have a
comment
job?
wasn't so bad, but the second comment, I'm like, okay, you're gone. That's it. That's it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
This is our job.
This is our job. We like our job. That's fun. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I think that's it. I'll play a song for you tomorrow. If you join us tomorrow on the Alberta live stream, which is going to be bananas based on the forecast there, if you join us on that one, I'll play a song. I promise. So, yeah, I definitely will. Yeah, I know.
Look
the
at
trolls
you
are
artificially boosting our viewership on our Alberta stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us tomorrow for the Alberta live stream. That'll be fun. So, anyways, hopefully everybody stayed safe. I hope everybody in New York State stays safe with these storms. Obviously, there's been some confirmed tornadoes. It's been a pretty nasty day just east of us in the States. So hopefully everybody there is okay. We'll be watching just in case anything pops up. We're not too optimistic that it's going to, though, but still 2% wind risk for Prince Edward County. But overall, that storm doesn't look too nasty. Let's go take a look at KTYX with it. Yeah, some pretty gusty winds in there. I mean, up to maybe 70, 68.4, 72 kilometers an hour. So there could be some pretty strong winds going through Prince Edward County with that one. We've got a polygon out for that, though, as well. And again, if anything looks super nasty, we'll definitely post about it. And if it looks really wild, then we'll maybe jump back on the live stream. But chances are we won't. But we'll be back for tomorrow for the Alberta live stream. It's going to be interesting. So watch for that one. And again, hope everybody stayed safe today. Hope the flooding's not too bad for those who had to deal with it. And hey, it's not very often we get to deal with a post-tropical depression that was originally a Cat 5 hurricane. So that was something interesting for sure. So anyways, thanks for your help, Brendan. Appreciate it. Thank you, Alana. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, everybody in the team. Patricia, Lindsay, Sarah, Liam, Kyle, Cole, Cody. I'll go through all the C's. What the heck? Did I just see a wild super chat here? Hold on a second. Manisa coming through for Discord. Wants a Discord for us. Yeah. Well, we're working on it. It's we're having some pushback with the team. We have a lot to moderate with Facebook.
Basically, well, be honest, it's going to be very hard for us to moderate because we have issues on Facebook already with our moderation team trying to keep up with that. So we're kind of looking out for them and don't want to put any extra burden onto them. But we may look at doing something for like people who have been established in our community and are definitely going to be people that we don't have to moderate constantly.
Yeah,
that might be an option.
That would be a pretty cool option.
But it's not going to be a free-for-all type situation. We just can't handle that with the size of our community and the amount of people.
Yeah, but it's not like all of our community is going to go to Discord. It's going to be like 10% or something like that comes over. But yeah.
Yeah, but like a free-for-all means like we don't want all the bots and that in there and like people who
Yeah,
are, like,
that could be pretty
control.
messy. They have pretty good bots that take care of that kind of stuff, don't they? But that do a lot of like verification before you can even get in. I've gone in some Discords where I had to go to like a website to verify my account to even get into the thing in the first place and all this kind of stuff. So we could look at some of those options as well too, but we'll see. But I would like to have a Discord so we can grow on there, and especially a lot of the younger generations on there as well too. And that's a lot of the younger generation that's not on Facebook is on Discord. So for the future of instant weather, it'd probably be a good idea to work towards that. But we'll consider
we just
it.
have to figure out the right way to do it.
Yeah, so it's not just an absolute mess, spending all of our day in there just like deleting bots and stuff. Yeah, exactly. And spam. It's fun. Anyways, yeah, if people didn't spam, life would be a lot easier, but these things happen, so it's all good. But anyways, thanks, Brandon. Appreciate your help. Bye, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. See y'all tomorrow. Bye.